Hello, today on my channel you will hear an amazing story about life. I hope you enjoy this story. This one struck me to the core. Honestly, I still can't forget it. Enjoy watching.
A millionaire woke up in a forest among ravenous wolves. But when he remembered about his wife, mother-in-law and inheritance MP4. It was starting to get light quickly when the car pulled onto a stretch of road that passed by a wide forest belt. The girl was very nervous. Streams of sweat were streaming down her face. In the thick fog, she saw the car they were following turn off to the side. "Stop here, please," asked the passenger. "Here, take this." She handed the money to the taxi driver and quickly ran towards the forest belt. It was early morning and the motorway was empty. She cautiously crept behind the first rows of trees until she reached the dirt road where the black Land Rover had turned off. She lurked behind a large bush. After about 20 minutes, the car pulled back onto the road and turned round, heading into town. The girl stopped, breathing out of fear. She came to her senses about 10 minutes later and, looking round, ran in the direction from which the Land Rover had come. The small forest was still asleep, and here and there she could hear birds singing. The girl heard a wolf howl and stopped. Her whole body trembled violently. Fear so gripped her that she could not move. She heard the crunch of a branch, and the girl ran forward. "Ben, where are you?" she shouted softly. "Ben." Tears ran down her cheeks. There was no answer, and the girl began to peer into the bushes. Suddenly she noticed how in one place the branches were pinned to the ground. On woozy legs she went there. The howling of the wolves intensified. "Ben." The girl shouted at the top of her voice. "Where are you? Please answer me." After about 5 minutes, she came to a small clearing. It was getting light, and the girl saw the clear outlines of trees. There was something lying near one of them. "Ben." The girl shrilled and rushed forward, but after a few meters her legs gave out and she fell. "I beg you, bear with me. I'm coming." She crawled forward. Her legs stopped obeying her, and she grabbed the branches of the bushes with all her might. The girl crawled to the wheelchair, near which a man was lying. He, with eyes that could not see the world, looked somewhere upwards. "Well, for such an event, we should have a drink," Andrew suggested, and quickly got 2 glasses and a bottle of wine from the cupboard. Yes, it was a complicated affair. Ben Wilson wiped his face with a handkerchief. He still couldn't believe they had managed to get such a good deal. "Ben, what did you want?" "We work honestly. We know how to negotiate." The deputy looked at the director. "So it's a well-deserved victory." "Yeah," Ben sighed. "You know, Andrew, there's one thing I don't understand. Well, if they were ready to sign a contract with us from the very beginning, why all these tricks? To boost their self-esteem in their own eyes." Andrew sighed. "Our people can't work in a business-like manner. They want you to crawl on your knees and beg. It's all pointless, of course, but there's nothing you can do about it. That's the mentality of our people, but at least most of them." Ben Wilson had been in the medium-sized business for over 7 years. His factory produced a wide variety of garden tools. The assortment was not bad, so each year the scale of production increased. With small wholesalers, everything went well, but as soon as it came to large chain shops, so here negotiations were conducted for months and took a lot of effort. The richer people were, the more picky and capricious they were. And it was not easy to do business with them. So it happened with one big businessman who wore out all the nerves of Ben and his team, and still he eventually signed a contract with them. "To our professionalism." Andrew raised his glass. "Ben, stop worrying, everything's fine." "I'm sorry, I'm very tired," sighed the director. "I'm going to see the guys and I'll probably go home." "Come on. If there's anything urgent, I'll call you." Ben walked round the workshops and, satisfied that everything was going well, headed for his car. "Kate, are you home?" The man dialed his wife's number. "I'll be home early today." "Ben, Mom and I are going downtown. We want to walk around the city a bit," the wife replied. "I'll see you tonight." Ben looked at his watch. It was the beginning of 4. Mr. Ben Wilson sighed. He wished he could forget about everything now and spend the rest of the day with Kate. But she wasn't home again. The gate opened and the man drove into the yard. He saw several people rummaging in the garden. "Tom, hello," said the landlord, raising his hand in the air. "You're doing well." He headed towards his gardener. "Mr. Ben Wilson, good afternoon." Smiled broadly at the old man. "You are early today." "Yes, I want to rest," Ben replied. "Why haven't you gone yet?" He glanced at his watch. "Yes, Mrs. Caroline Smith didn't like the way I cut the lawn. She made me redo it." "Drop it," said the landlord and began to walk round the garden. "She's at it again. She's got everyone in a tizzy. Go home. I'll talk to her." The old man picked up his tools and headed towards the farmhouse. Ben watched him. Mrs. Smith had given him a hard time over the years. His mother-in-law had never been a friendly person. Everything had to be her way, and she wasn't interested in the rest. Ben made himself some flavored tea and went into his study. The servants had already dispersed. Only in the kitchen the cook and his assistant were still preparing dinner. "How I long to forget everything for a while," said the man aloud. "I've been so busy." He laid his head on the table, but a moment later there was a knock at his door. "Come in," he said loudly, and a cook with disheveled hair came in. "Mr. Ben, I forgot to ask you, what shall we do with the fish you brought?" the cook asked anxiously. "Mrs. Smith gave us quite a scandal this morning. She told us to throw it away." "Why?" The landlord couldn't understand. It was fresh. "I caught it yesterday." "I don't know," the man replied dryly. "She said the whole house smells of fish now." "Roast it for dinner tonight," Ben said. "I'll eat it with you with great gusto." "And Mrs. Smith?" "Let her eat what she wants. I don't care." It was about 7 o'clock in the evening. There was a noise downstairs, which was followed by Mrs. Caroline Smith shrieking. "I told you to throw that stinking fish away," she broadcast. "Now it stinks all over the house." "What's the matter?" Mr. Ben Wilson came down to the living room. "What's the matter?" "I asked Mr. Stone to cook fish for dinner." "Ben, you know I can't stand the smell of fish." Mrs. Smith turned up her nose. "I'm going to be sick." "Ben, what are you, like a little boy, really?" Kate looked at him unhappily. "I wonder if it's all right when Mrs. Smith orders fish in a restaurant," said the son-in-law unhappily. "Why, when I come back from fishing, she has only one thing on her mind: to throw my fish away as quickly as possible. But she does not sit in the restaurant kitchen, where they fry fish." "You don't care about my mum at all," Kate shouted. Ben said nothing. Inwardly, he was even glad that tonight he would spend his dinner with the cook and his assistant. "Mr. Stone, Sam, thank you from the bottom of my heart," the host licked his lips in pleasure. "The fish is delicious. Too bad it'll be cold tomorrow. But it's all right, I'll offer it to the boys for lunch. It will be delicious even in this form. Look at all the fried caviar left." The master talked to the men for a while and went up to his room. He looked into his wife Kate's room. "How are you?" he asked. "What have you been doing today?" He wanted to hug the woman, but she pulled away. "You don't like my mum?" She pouted. "What did she do to you? Do you always yell at her?" "Kate, what are you doing? What did I say to her?" The husband interrogated in amazement. But the woman remained cold, and Ben, after waiting a while, went to his room. "Is this family life?" he muttered to himself. "She has her own room, I have mine. Sometimes I think it would have been better if I hadn't married. It's been 5 years now, but there's still no change in my love life." The man lay down in bed and closed his eyes. He saw himself standing in the center of a large hall. The presentation was over and Mr. Ben Wilson and his manager were talking to an entrepreneur. He had 3 garden shops and wanted to take a small shipment from the businessman. Wilson and several other gardening suppliers were making a presentation to interested parties. "Yes, I'm happy with your terms," said the man. "Then my secretary and I will come to see you next week." It was Wednesday when a familiar man appeared in Mr. Ben Wilson's office, accompanied by a very glamorous young woman. "Kate will be assisting me," the entrepreneur introduced the stranger. During the discussion of the contract, Wilson looked at the girl every now and then. She seemed not to notice him. Well, I proposed to celebrate our meeting with lunch in a cafe. Ben suggested that after the business was finished. The businessman agreed, and the company went to the nearest restaurant. After lunch, Wilson did not even want to say goodbye to his new acquaintance. Despite the hard work, the man from time to time had romantic relationships, but he never got married. Fortunately, a few days later, the entrepreneur sent Wilson his secretary with documents. Ben did not miss this opportunity. He wanted to get to know Kate better. "Can I invite you to lunch?" Wilson asked shyly. "Please do not refuse." But Kate refused. She cited the fact that she had to go back to work. "What about the weekend?" Ben looked her in the eye. "I promise we won't talk business. We'll have a friendly get-together." The girl wondered. What was in her head, Wilson did not know, but she, to his delight, agreed. "What do you do besides work?" Ben asked her when they met at the cafe. "I won't lie. Work takes up all my time," Kate sighed. "Unfortunately, I live with my mom, who is very ill. So I have to work hard to support myself," and her Kate said. "What about her?" Ben immediately asked. "Is it something serious?" "She's in hospital. She has a thyroid problem," Kate said. "She's living on pills, and they're expensive." "I'm sorry," Wilson sighed. "Kate, is there anything I can do to help you?" "Yes, what can you do?" she asked with annoyance in her voice. "If I could find a high-paying job, I would have given up my secretarial position a long time ago. Not only is it low-paying, but it takes up all my energy. You can have a quiet conversation. But there are those who immediately make a huge scandal." "I understand," Ben sighed. "We have such companions too. And there's no such thing as a perfect job. There are problems everywhere, but in some industries perhaps less than in others." Kate objected. "Yin?" After meeting with the girl, Wilson thought about it. He wanted to help her. The man decided to see if he could offer her something in his company, but it never came to that. After the first meeting, there was a second and another. And Ben didn't even notice how he fell in love with Kate. The man wondered what it was about her that drew him to her. Maybe it was her efficiency, or maybe he was attracted by the fact that the girl kept her distance. She didn't impose on Wilson, didn't hint at anything. And in general, it seemed that she did not care. But nevertheless, after 2 months of dating, Ben confessed his love to Kate. The girl was very embarrassed. She did not give an answer immediately, but asked Wilson to wait. For a fortnight, the man just went crazy. And when Kate called him and said yes, he felt the happiest in the world. "Ben, you have to meet my mom," the girl said afterwards. "I've already informed her that we're in a serious relationship." "I don't mind," he agreed. "Let me invite you to dinner at my place," said Ben. "I'll organize it. It'll be better than the most expensive restaurant." Mr. Wilson's parents lived far away. Many years ago, when Ben was still a student, he decided to stay in New York, and to his great surprise, he managed to establish himself there. Wilson was very nervous. He realized that his life probably depended on this meeting, but for some reason he did not like Mrs. Caroline Smith at first sight. The guest behaved in a way that made her seem arrogant, and Ben sensed it. "Ben, what a splendid house you have." Kate's mother looked round with delight. "Yes, you are to be envied. It's not like our one-room flat. If I could work, we could probably buy a house. But all my poor girl has to do is work to get by." Wilson pushed the unpleasant thoughts away and tried to do his best to please Mrs. Smith. She, in turn, showered him with compliments all evening and praised her daughter. "Ben, if a man as reliable as you had suggested marriage to Kate, I would have said yes at once," she said at dinner. The girl was silent most of the evening. It seemed to Wilson that she was thinking about something. "Kate, did something happen to you?" asked the host. "You look very worried." "Yes, there was a problem at work." "There's a paperwork issue," she said calmly. "I'm sorry, I just want to forget about everything. But it's not working." "Mrs. Smith, I can honestly tell you that my wife won't be working," Ben said. "That's very commendable," the woman smiled. "Only true loving husbands can respect their wives like that." Kate blushed. She looked at her mother and Wilson. Then she looked away and thought. After this meeting, Ben decided for himself that Kate would be his wife, and he would finally marry. The wedding was a grand affair. On the bride's side, only her mother and a few friends were present. A month before the wedding, Kate quit her job and afterwards moved in with Ben. Naturally, her husband took her mother as well. For the first few months, Mr. Wilson flew with happiness. But then Mrs. Caroline Smith took over the household, and her disgruntled voice was constantly heard in the house. Ben tried to talk to her, but she immediately became unwell. And then Kate would give her husband a scandal. "Ben, you know she has a thyroid problem," she scolded. "She has an unstable emotional state, so she sometimes breaks down. But after all, she doesn't scream like a mad woman. She's just making remarks to the servants." And for 3 years, Wilson let it all happen. But then he caught Smith red-handed, so to speak, a few times. Once his mother-in-law had sacked the maid for some reason only she knew. Ben sighed but didn't interfere. 3 days later, he was still in his study when voices were heard downstairs. Mrs. Smith was saying something unpleasant to a stranger who looked to be about 27 or 30 years old. "Well, if you're not ready to stay after work and correct your mistakes," Wilson heard, "then you're not suitable for us." "And why should I clean badly?" replied the girl timidly. "I know my job. I have experience." "Because for the kind of salary I'm offering, everything should be perfect," Mrs. Smith said angrily. The hostess showed her hand for the guest to leave the house. The girl looked through her bag and her hands for a few seconds, and without answering, went to the front door. "Wait," she heard a man's voice. "You have been hired," Ben said loudly, and looked intently into his mother-in-law's eyes. "I'm the boss." Mrs. Smith wanted to contradict him, but she was afraid to. Her face was flushed because her insides were boiling. "There will be no overwork," Wilson added. "Even if you make mistakes, that's okay. I'll never make you work late here," said Mr. Ben Wilson. "Can't you see that this person is not suitable for us?" said the mother-in-law at last. "I'm better at housekeeping than you are." "What's your name?" Ignoring her mother-in-law's words, the host turned to the guest. "Samantha," she answered timidly. "I have references. I worked as a maid for 3 years. If you are ready, then start work today, please," Ben said calmly, and left the house. Mrs. Caroline Smith whispered curses to herself. Then she looked at Samantha with such hatred that she flinched. Samantha, the cook, called to the new girl, "The master is a good man, but his mother-in-law is a real fool. But if Ben personally took you in, you don't have to be afraid of her." The girl tried her best to clean the house in such a way that there would be no complaints against her. But Mrs. Smith found something to complain about. "You haven't cleaned the drawing room properly," she said, pointing her finger. "What was that?" Samantha stared at her in bewilderment. She couldn't understand what the landlady wanted from her. Ben's mother-in-law had followed the girl around that day. She made sure the new maid was so winded that she wouldn't show up for work the next day. But the next day, Samantha was already doing her chores first thing in the morning, as she was supposed to do. Mrs. Smith looked at her angrily. And if she hadn't been warned by her master this morning, she would probably have quit her job on the second day. "Samantha, I don't care what Mrs. Smith wants," Ben said before leaving. "You were hired by me. That's why you're my responsibility." At lunchtime, the landlady deliberately spilled coffee on the carpet and threw a big tantrum. "You did it," the cleaner replied calmly. "That stain wasn't here 5 minutes ago." "How dare you accuse me?" Mrs. Smith shouted at the house. "You're nobody here." Mrs. Smith shouted. Samantha said nothing. She defiantly began to scrub the stain. The woman shouted something else at her for a long time. Almost 2 years had passed, but Mrs. Smith had never been able to fire anyone since. If anyone ever left Mr. Wilson's house, it was of their own accord. Ben shuddered and opened his eyes. He felt a little ashamed of his inner discontent. He had everything the average man could only dream of. Oh, and Kate appeared to be very calm. She seldom quarreled with her husband. Ben often took her to various meetings and many times listened to flattering compliments about her. "Mr. Wilson, your wife is divine," a partner once told him. "You could move mountains for a woman like that." But Ben didn't have to do that. Kate never gave him reason to doubt herself. All their fights were about her mother. But Ben had stopped paying attention to that in time. The only thing that weighed on him was the fact that they had no children. Kate was almost 30, and Wilson was starting to worry about that. Ben. But we're trying, his wife once told him. You shouldn't be panicking. It's just not the right time yet. After the wedding, Ben immediately forbade his wife to work. She had a lot of arguments with him about it at first. Ben, but I cannot sit in four walls, Kate said. Well, if you don't want me to work, then let me do some volunteer work. What are you going to do? My husband wondered. Delivering food to poor people's homes. But you can do a lot of things now, she objected. You can organize holidays for sick children, buy them presents and clothes. I can take a few families into my care and help them. Well, if that's what you want to do, that's fine, Ben agreed. Just tell me how much money you'll need a month. Yes, I've already calculated it, she said. Mr. Wilson perked up. He looked at Kate in bewilderment. What did you think? She understood his surprise. They won't give me anything for free in the shop. All right, the man sighed. So be it, if it makes you happy. I'll do it. Kate happily threw herself on his neck. So the girl organized a small charity fund, and since she worked all the time, she was hardly ever home during the day. Kate, will you get there soon with your volunteering? Mrs. Smith said at dinner one night. Ben, at least tell her. Mum, come on, her daughter objected. I like my job very much, and you're the boss of the house. I don't meddle in your affairs. Really, Mrs. Smith, if it gives Kate pleasure to help others, let her do it, said the son-in-law. I don't put much money into it. As time went on, another problem arose. Kate had become so tired from her work that she had converted one of the guest rooms into her bedroom. Ben didn't like that very much. But were husband and wife, Ben resisted. It's not like I'm going to come to your place at night. Ben, don't worry, I'll fulfill my duties. Laughed the wife. I'm sorry, I'm so tired that at the end of the day I don't want to see anyone. You work with people yourself, so you must understand. Yes, I understand, sighed Wilson. How are we going to have children? We'll find time for that, Kate kissed her husband. For example, now Ben closed the door and threw himself on the bed. He began to embrace his wife with passion. At last he fell asleep. His sleep was restless. The man kept tossing and turning and opening his eyes. When will I finally get some sleep? Ben grumbled unhappily when he got up in the morning. It was one of the few days they had breakfast as a family. Kate was usually still asleep when her husband left for work. So, why don't we go away this weekend? He suggested. It's been a while since we've been out. Come on. Kate seconded him. I suggest we go go-karting. I've been a few times and I really enjoyed it. You want to go go-karting? My husband was surprised. Well, I don't mind. Mrs. Smith, are you coming with us? God forbid. The mother-in-law waved her hands in the opposite direction. Don't even think of trying to persuade me. All right, then, we'll go together, we'll race you. Laughed Kate. Mr. Wilson was eagerly waiting for them to go karting. Kate asked her husband if he could buy the whole track for an hour so they wouldn't be disturbed. Ben happily agreed. It was warm September weather, and the couple were driving out of town in anticipation. Both were rubbing their hands together. Kate was smiling at the thought. And what will happen to me if I overtake you? Ben's eyes sparkled. I'll do whatever you want, Kate replied flirtatiously. All right. You try to outrun me. I'm sure you can't. Mr. Wilson excitedly pulled into the car park, which was empty. A few minutes later, a stout young man came out to them. He immediately gave their surname and led the way to 2 go-karts. This is for you, Mr. Wilson. He pointed to the racing car with his hand. And this pink one is for your wife. I'll show you, shall I? Ben jumped in his go-kart. I'm going to beat you to the punch. The cars started at the same time and Kate was in the lead. Ben gave her a bit of a head start. The woman took her time. She didn't want to squeeze out all the speed. For a few laps they did. But then Ben started to pick up speed, and got in line with his wife. At one corner, he overtook her. Kate tried to catch up with him. Then Mr. Wilson maxed out and went full speed ahead. Ben didn't realize what had happened. He only felt that the car was no longer obeying him. A moment later, he felt a somersault. Then another cart slammed into the car and pushed him forward. Everything was spinning before Mr. Wilson's eyes. He wanted to get out of the car, but he couldn't. Some voices were heard. The man opened his eyes. Everything was blurred. He lost consciousness. An hour and a half later, an ambulance finally arrived and Ben was rolled into the car on a stretcher. His wife was fussing with the doctors. She was crying, asking them something. "Is he going to live?" Mr. Wilson said. He couldn't open his eyes. His body seemed lifeless. "I don't know yet," replied the doctor. "We're doing everything we can," he said dryly. And Ben was taken to the intensive care unit. He didn't remember much of what happened next. He was coming round, and then he lost consciousness again. He heard voices beside him. He overcorrected and lost control. Kate's voice came to him. "Jesus, what are these maps for?" Somebody was indignant. "Why don't they ban them? There's enough trouble in life to go around. And here someone needs adrenaline." 3 days later, Mr. Wilson finally came to his senses. There was no one around him. He moved his lips, called out for someone. A woman in a white coat came over. "What happened to me?" he asked the doctor with difficulty. "My wife and I went go-karting." "Unfortunately, we crashed," the doctor replied. "It's very rare, but you were lucky. You could have been killed." "When I get out of here, I want to get up," Ben asked. "I feel like I can't feel my legs." "Unfortunately, your spine is badly damaged," sighed the doctor. "It's unlikely you'll be able to walk." Ben said nothing. He only looked at the doctor pleadingly. Tears ran down his cheeks. In the evening, Kate arrived. She was already aware of it. The woman was crying all the time. "I'm sorry, Ben," she sobbed. "It's all my fault. Why did I suggest we go there? I've ruined you." "Kate, it wasn't your fault," her husband reassured her. "I was the one who stepped on the gas." "It's all my fault." But the woman's behavior was impeccable. She seemed to be going crazy. It made Ben uncomfortable. He didn't want to see anyone. And then there was Kate's tantrums. "You should be thankful you're still alive," a doctor once told a patient. "None of us could make any guarantees in the beginning." Ben gathered all his will into a fist and ordered himself to move on. Already in the hospital, he went back to his work. His deputy, Andrew, came to see him and they discussed all working points as far as possible. After 2 months, Mr. Wilson was discharged from the hospital, and he began a completely different life. The man had no intention of quitting his job. He hired a muscular driver to take him to the factory. Working in a wheelchair was very difficult. Ben did his best. There were special up and downs for him so that he could get around in his wheelchair on his own. There was always an assistant in the office to help the man with his household chores. Ben did not want to be pitied. He was in great pain from sympathetic looks. "I'm a director. I'm not a defenseless creature. I can handle it," he once told Andrew. "I'll never give up my job." At Mr. Wilson's house, too, there were changes. On the one hand, Kate sympathized with her husband. On the other hand, she somehow began to distance herself from him. "Ben, I've closed my fund," his wife once told him. "Let's try to go abroad for rehabilitation." "Kate, that won't save me," the husband replied. "I'll never get back on my feet. We just have to learn to live with it." Mrs. Smith became increasingly silent in her son-in-law's presence. It was as if neither wife nor mother-in-law knew what to do next. Samantha, the landlord, said to the cleaning lady, "I want to ask you to help me during the day. I can't go to work every day now. And I need a reliable person at home. You've been with us for years, and I trust you completely. I'll find someone else to clean." "All right, Mr. Wilson," she smiled. "You just tell me what I need to do. Soon the house will be fully equipped for my wheelchair, and then I'll need a chaperone and an assistant. The duties are exactly the same as in any care for an invalid," Mr. Wilson replied. "I'm sorry, but I can't ask anyone else for this job. I have almost all my laborers of age." The girl agreed and immediately began her new duties. "Samantha, why haven't you vacuumed the living room yet?" Mrs. Caroline Smith was indignant when the maid came down from the first floor. "I'm sorry, but Mr. Wilson has taken me on as his assistant," Samantha replied calmly. "I don't work as a cleaner anymore," she added, blushing. "How much trouble he got on my nerves with you." The landlady swore. "I would have sacked you a long time ago," she whispered like a snake. Samantha said nothing and went into the kitchen. She had to get her master some tea. Mr. Wilson's mother-in-law stared at her unhappily. She was thinking hard about something. A few months after the accident, Mr. Wilson began to notice that his wife had grown cold to him. Kate had closed her foundation, but she still sponsored a few families. So in the evenings, the woman did her job. "Kate, you and I haven't spoken for a long time." Her husband met her one evening. "Did something happen to you?" "Ben, I still can't forgive myself," she cried. "When I look at you, I don't want to live." "Kate, you should be glad I'm alive," smiled Mr. Wilson. "But come to me. I've missed you so much." He took her hand and went to his room. The woman kissed her husband without much enthusiasm. Mr. Wilson could feel it, and it made him feel even more hurt. He told himself that day that he would not insist on their intimacy again. But in his heart, he wished that Kate's love had not only not faded because he had become an invalid, but that it had flared up with renewed vigor. Mr. Wilson himself did not understand where he got such moral strength from. Instead of being sad, he would smile when he had a strong urge inside him to drop everything and end his life. He would embark on some new endeavor. Old, unreliable partners were replaced by new ones who respected Ben for his fortitude and optimism. "Samantha, why don't we go to a museum?" Mr. Wilson once suggested to his nurse. "You'll laugh, but I want to go to the Paleontological Museum." "All right," smiled the nurse. "To be honest, I've never been there." She looked a little embarrassed. "Then we should definitely go there," the owner smiled. "I'm sure you'll like it there." It was Saturday when the driver took Mr. Wilson and his assistant to the museum, even though it was a day off. There weren't many people there. Mostly everyone was trying to get into the dinosaur room. "What do you think?" Laughed when he saw Samantha's surprised face. "Look at that giant." "Honestly, I'm really glad we weren't there at the time," the girl said with pale lips. "If I'd seen him in person, I'd have lost my mind." "Well, they weren't all carnivores," replied Mr. Wilson. "Many of them were herbivores. It's understandable that we could get into their stomachs, like the little bugs we don't see on the leaves of vegetables. I don't think they would have fed on us. There were giant forests. They had plenty to eat." Samantha and Mr. Wilson were looking at the most interesting exhibits. "What a good holiday we had," the owner said as they drove home. "It sounds ridiculous, but it was only when I got into a wheelchair that I really began to appreciate life, every moment of it. Now I'm not so afraid of losing anything." Samantha smiled. She thought about the fact that she had nothing. A rented flat, a salary, half of which she sent to her parents. The girl lived on the other. In essence, she had nothing to lose either. Mr. Wilson arrived home in high spirits. He was anxious to discuss his trip with his wife. Kate was already home. "Kate," he rode up to his wife. "I'd like to take you out for a romantic dinner." Mr. Wilson was a little worried. His wife looked at him in amazement. She remained silent and waited to see what her husband would tell her. "I am inviting you to the hotel tomorrow. I want to organize a romantic evening for us," he said with hope in his voice. "It will not oblige us to anything, but I wanted us to spend it outside our house." "All right," Kate smiled. "Then let it be our date. I'll come to the hotel, and you'll be waiting for me with flowers." The man took his wife's hand. "I love you. I promise you won't regret it." Mr. Wilson stayed up most of the night. There was a great excitement inside him. He had waited so long for Kate to finally accept what had happened and just love him. "I'm going to order a huge bouquet of red roses," he planned. "We'll have champagne and fruit brought to our room. I want that so badly." Towards morning, the man fell asleep. He dreamt of Kate holding roses. Mr. Wilson woke up around 11 o'clock. Samantha had already knocked on his door several times, but since he didn't answer, she didn't come in. Finally, he pressed the bell and a carer came into his room. "Did something happen to you?" she asked. "Can I help you?" "Yes," the owner answered immediately. "Samantha, please order a huge bouquet of red roses and prepare my outfit for me." "Are we going out tonight?" She smiled. "Do you have an appointment?" "I'm having a romantic dinner with my wife tonight," Mr. Wilson said cheerfully. "Samantha, can I ask you one more thing? I let Max go today. You could take a taxi with me to the hotel and I'll come from there," said Mr. Wilson. "Would that be all right?" "Of course I'll go with you," Samantha agreed. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Mr. Wilson was very nervous and couldn't sit still. It was 6 o'clock in the evening when he and Samantha got into the taxi. The man really wanted to show that he was independent. He arranged with Kate that he would go to the hotel early and wait for her there. Kate intended to be there by 8 o'clock. The nurse helped Mr. Wilson into his room, put flowers in a vase, and it was 8:30. Samantha said goodbye to her host. "See you tomorrow, Mr. Wilson," she said goodbye and left the room. The girl stopped outside the large, beautiful hotel building and looked up. Somewhere up there was her host. There was a small cafe just opposite the hotel, and Samantha decided to have a cup of tea. The girl closed her eyes with pleasure. She ate her favorite cakes with real buttercream. Suddenly her gaze fell on the opposite side. The girl saw Kate's car. Kate and some other person got out of it. The lanterns of the hotel complex illuminated a tall, handsome man. Mr. Wilson's wife spoke to him for a moment, then she kissed the stranger. Samantha shuddered, nestling against the window. Some other car pulled up and the man apparently got into it. Kate waved at someone and headed for the hotel. Who was that? The carer's heart pounded frantically. Judging by the way he was kissing her, clearly not a friend. Samantha didn't know what to do. She began to worry about Mr. Wilson. The landlord was a kind man who never hurt anyone. And the girl felt that she could not leave him. She had a clear feeling that trouble was going to happen. The cafe was an all-night cafe, and Samantha drank about 10 mugs of tea all night. She could barely hold herself up. She wanted to sleep madly, but the feeling of danger never left her inside. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. Then the girl saw Kate, who ran out of the hotel, got into her car, and drove away. Where was Ben? Samantha couldn't understand. She started to gather her things when the front door of the hotel opened and the security guard helped Mr. Wilson into the street. Samantha breathed a sigh of relief. She dressed as she walked, and before she had reached the exit a few meters away, she saw, as if in slow motion, that a car pulled up sharply in front of the hotel and 2 men ran out of it. They quickly shoved Ben into the car and drove off. Stop, the nurse ran after the car, but she was too far away and it was dark outside. What am I going to do? Samantha burst into tears. Just then a taxi pulled up outside the hotel. The girl immediately ran up to it. "I beg you, please go," she begged. "I'll pay you double the fare." The taxi driver was reluctant at first, but then he heard the amount the stranger said, and he couldn't resist. "We need to find a black Jeep," the passenger ordered. "Let's head towards the motorway. I'm sure they left the city." The girl's intuition did not fail, and very quickly a familiar car appeared ahead. Samantha asked the taxi driver to keep to the side. They drove for about an hour. The forest appeared ahead. "It's getting light," she said. The Jeep turned somewhere to the side. "Yes, there's a forest there," the taxi driver replied to her request to turn behind the Jeep. "There's no road there, only a dirt track." Samantha didn't know whether she was more afraid of the darkness and wolves or of seeing her master dead. God, who were those people? What have they done to him? She thought. Cautiously, she advanced through the bushes. The girl's legs trembled. She could clearly hear the wolf howl, but somehow inside her she was sure that Ben was alive. So no matter how frightened she was, she went forward. "God, help me," Samantha whispered. "I beg you, help me find him." The girl's vision had already become accustomed to the grayness and the slight fog. She could clearly distinguish that the bushes were mussed to one side, and it was obvious that someone had passed there. Samantha walked about 30 meters. Somewhere close to her, she heard a wolf howl. The girl fell to the ground in fear. Her legs no longer obeyed, and she crawled. "Ben," she shouted as loudly as she could. "Ben, where are you?" But there was silence. Even the wolves were silent. A gap appeared ahead, and under a large tree the girl spotted a bulky object. She crawled towards it. Again, she heard the wolf howl. "Ben," Samantha shouted as she crawled over to the wheelchair. She saw her master. He was breathing very quietly. The girl tapped his cheeks. He opened his eyes but immediately lost consciousness. "No, Ben," screamed the girl. Then she instinctively pulled out her phone. First, Samantha wanted to call the police and an ambulance. Plus, I needed to inform his wife, because they must have wanted to kill him, the nurse whispered. "I need to call a taxi and take him to the hospital." Samantha tried to get to her feet. After a while, she managed it. She took off her cloak, put Ben on it, and dragged him towards the motorway. The girl had already hailed a taxi. The driver helped load the owner into the car and drove the passengers to the nearest hospital. "I'll pay you. Book him without papers." The girl handed the doctor the money. He immediately examined the victim. The owner didn't look well. He showed no signs of violence, but his weak heartbeat suggested that he had been injected with some kind of drug. Whether Ben's body was so strong that his heart did not stop, or whether it was a miracle Mr. Wilson survived. 3 days later, he regained consciousness. Samantha had to proceed very carefully. The day she found Ben, she drove to his house for work. She was met on the doorstep by Mrs. Caroline Smith and told that Samantha would be taking a week's break. According to her, the landlord was away for a while. "Good," replied the nurse calmly. The girl tried to pick up anything suspicious about Ben's wife, but apart from the fact that she looked preoccupied, she saw nothing else. Could it be that all these events were not connected at all? Samantha pondered. Mrs. Caroline Smith doesn't know that her daughter has someone on the side. Perhaps they've already discovered Mr. Wilson is missing. But as he is a man of means, they investigate without strangers or fuss. Who were those people competitors? Who could he have failed to please? For the 3 days that Mr. Wilson didn't regain consciousness, Samantha simply went mad. None of the man's relatives had called her either, and that seemed very strange. If the police were investigating the case, she would be one of the witnesses. At least she would definitely be questioned, since she had spent so much time with him the day Mrs. Smith had sent Samantha on holiday. The girl called Mr. Wilson's cook. "I don't know," she heard. "I haven't seen him either. They say he's away on some urgent business. He's got a big contract coming up. But why he didn't take you, or at least warn you, I have no idea." We're as quiet as ever. "They say the old landlady was very ill yesterday morning. She nearly died here. They even called an ambulance." Samantha hung up the phone and realized that she would just have to wait for Mr. Wilson to come round and start talking properly. Then maybe something would become clearer. The girl spent almost the entire day by her master's side. Mr. Wilson was surprised when he came to his senses. "What are you doing here?" "Where am I?" He looked around. "In the hospital." "Yes, Mr. Wilson, what happened to you?" She looked him in the eye. "Do you remember being kidnapped?" Mr. Wilson looked at her in bewilderment. It was as if he was trying to rewind time. He finally succeeded, and the man shuddered. "Samantha, I pulled out of the hotel and waited for a taxi, but someone pulled me into the car. I felt a prick. Everything else happened like a dream." Mr. Wilson's face was covered in sweat. "Did you see these people?" The nurse said quietly. "Do you know them?" She tried not to draw attention to herself. "No," replied the master thoughtfully. "I think they were trying to kill me." He turned pale. "I found you in a wooded area not far from the forest," the girl began to reason. "There were wolves there. Perhaps the calculation was that in a few days they would have killed you, so no one would ever know how you got there." "Samantha, how did you find me?" Mr. Ben Wilson asked in amazement. He was only now beginning to realize the meaning of her words. "I'm sorry, but I followed you." She lowered her head. "When I left the hotel, I decided to have tea in the cafe opposite. I was very tired that day, but when I saw that your wife had arrived, and not alone, I was afraid for you. not alone. What do you mean? The master looked intently into the girl's eyes. I won't lie. There was a man with her. I didn't see his face, Samantha replied, but I can tell you that they were kissing. Then a car pulled up and the man got into it. Samantha, are you sure? Mr. Wilson said in horror. Maybe you imagined the whole thing. You see, the man lowered his eyes ashamedly. My wife and I had a wonderful romantic evening. We were going to go home in the morning, but at 4 o'clock my mother-in-law rang to say she was dying. She'd had a seizure. Mrs. Smith left me and went straight home. I had to call a taxi and come back myself. You know the rest of it. I've been to your house, the nurse sighed. Mrs. Smith was actually very ill. An ambulance was called. But what do they say about me? Mr. Wilson became agitated. Have they got the police looking for me? I don't think so, Samantha replied. I was put on a week's leave, saying you'd gone somewhere else. I don't understand, Mr. Wilson said with frustration in his voice. What am I supposed to do now? Go home and file a report. I think the girl took his hand. Mr. Wilson, it's not safe for you to go home now. What about my factory? The man asked in shock. Samantha, I can't leave my job. You need to talk to a trustworthy person. Let it go on, as it is suggested the nurse. It'll be everyone's version of the story that you're away for a fortnight, but you have to keep it a secret. Otherwise they'll find you, and this time they won't let you live. God, I don't know why. Mr. Ben Wilson said quietly. I never did anything to anybody. Why would they want to kill me? I was to be eaten by wolves. That's nonsense. Mr. Wilson, did you know that Kate was seeing someone? Samantha asked me out of the blue. Samantha, I'm sorry, but I still think you imagined it. The owner looked at her intently. Just because she had a man in her car doesn't mean anything. Kate works with people. But the fact that she kissed him, I'm sure that's just your imagination. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and said nothing to him. Samantha realized that unless she had any proof, she would not be able to convince her master of anything. Mr. Wilson, you must not go home, she ordered sternly. You will be discharged in a few days, and you must hide. But where? Thought the landlord. I'll get myself a place to live for a couple of months. Will you help me with that? Yes, Samantha agreed. Especially since you said they didn't take any documents from you. Take the card in my wallet. I'll give you the code. Take care of the flat, please. Samantha, can you stay with me for a while? I'll pay for everything. Don't worry. I won't leave you, the nurse smiled. I'll be leaving now. Take my old phone. It's not safe for you to use yours. What if there's some kind of bug in there? If you have any problems, call me straight away. My number's on there. Mr. Wilson looked at her in surprise. Despite everything he'd been through, he still couldn't believe this wasn't a joke. He was actually going to be killed. Samantha left and Mr. Wilson was completely absorbed in his thoughts. He began to check all his partners in his mind to see which one of them could have done this. But from the outward signs he could observe, none of them cared about him. He then turned his gaze to his subordinates. Could Andrew have done such a thing? A thought came into his head. I've worked with him for so many years, he's a reliable man. I certainly can't pry into his soul. Even if I imagine he did it, what was his motivation? To take the factory away from me? How? Mr. Ben Wilson clutched his head tiredly. Everything was spinning before his eyes, but he needed to continue his research. All right, he sighed. Now let's look at Kate and her mother, Mrs. Caroline Smith. Both lived without much trouble. They spent money left and right. What did they lack? They had everything. Does Kate have a lover? Well, after the night I spent with her at the hotel, I doubt it. Maybe Samantha saw someone she knew kiss her on the cheek. Especially since it was already dark. And I miss her a lot. It was the most passionate night of our married life. I finally realized how much Kate loves me. I mean, she's worried about me right now. How do I let her know? Samantha immediately removed the SIM card from my phone. I'm sure my wife must have called me many times. Mr. Wilson had very conflicted feelings. He clearly felt that after what had happened between him and his wife, There was no longer any doubt about Kate's love, but nevertheless, he was to be killed, and it was necessary to proceed with extreme caution. He picked up the phone Samantha had left him. At first he wanted to call, but changed his mind. "Sweetheart, I'm fine, don't worry." He wrote a message. A minute later his phone rang. Mr. Wilson was afraid to pick up the phone. Kate had called many times, but he held back. Then came the message, "Ben, where are you? I'm freaking out." "I already want to go to the police," the wife wrote. "You don't need to say anything to the police. When everything is fine, I'll find you myself," the husband replied in a text message. Kate made another attempt to call Mr. Wilson, but he never picked up the phone. Samantha quickly found a suitable accommodation, paid the landlady, and took the keys and went straight to the hospital. "Hi," she dialed on the way. "Well, what's up? Do you have any news?" "I've been out of work for a few days." "Samantha, yes, we have a lull," answered the cook. "The owners are a bit jumpy though, but other than that, everything's fine. Mr. Ben Wilson hasn't arrived yet, and will not come." The girl switched off her phone. "Because it's not safe for him to show his face right now," she muttered to herself. Samantha entered Mr. Wilson's room. He was asleep. She went to see his doctor. "We'll discharge him in 2 days," the doctor replied. "He needs good care. I think you realize he won't get up." The nurse herself knew that there was no chance of Mr. Wilson's recovery. That's what the best doctors had told him that time. The girl looked into the room again. The landlord was awake. "Samantha, I think the only person who could have done it was Andrew, my deputy," Mr. Wilson whispered. "I still don't understand what he was trying to achieve, though." "Mr. Ben, let's not jump to conclusions," Samantha replied dryly. "Tomorrow night I'll pick you up and we'll go to the new flat. We'll need to buy you some clothes. I'll pick up the new pram tomorrow." "I've already made arrangements for that, Ben." "Thank you," said Mr. Wilson, tears welling up in his eyes. "It's not the first time you've saved me." "It's going to be all right." She stroked the man's head. "The main thing is that nobody knows where you are now. I think something will turn up soon." "Shouldn't we report it to the police?" the owner asked her. "Would they at least be able to protect me?" "I wouldn't get my hopes up," she said coldly. "Anyone can be bribed nowadays. Nobody gives any guarantee." Jesus. "What I can't understand is, who could I have interfered with?" Mr. Wilson sighed. "I didn't set anyone up. I didn't cheat. I didn't have affairs with other people's wives. Why would anyone be mad at me?" "It's hard to say. It could be purely psychological," the girl replied. "Someone just doesn't like you." Disgust. "Can it really be like that?" Mr. Wilson looked at her in bewilderment. "But if you killed everyone just because you didn't like someone, then half of humanity would have gone to the other side of the world by now." Late that night, Samantha drove home. She was still inclined to believe that Kate or her mother was involved in the whole affair. That's what her gut told her. But Samantha had no direct evidence, so she couldn't accuse them in front of Mr. Ben Wilson. The girl was about to enter her driveway, as something urged her to call a taxi and drive to Mr. Wilson's house. From the side, she watched the owner's 2-story house. It was almost 12 noon, but there was a light on in one of the rooms. What was going on in there? The girl stared out the familiar window. It was Mr. Wilson's study. It was almost 2 when the lights went out and apparently everyone had gone to bed. What's the meaning of all this? Thought the nurse. I wish I could stay here until morning and see to it all. But I can't. I have to pick up Mr. Wilson today. I just don't have the energy for it all. The girl hailed a taxi and walked towards the crossroads. It was dark, it was cold, it was starting to snow. It was the middle of March. Samantha went into her flat and fell on the bed. But she didn't have long to sleep. At 8 o'clock, the alarm clock rang. The girl opened her eyes, started to get ready. She immediately hailed a taxi and headed for Mr. Wilson's house. But all was quiet there. Perhaps everyone was still asleep. At 10 o'clock, the girl was already at Mr. Wilson's. He was up early today. He wanted to leave the hospital as soon as possible. The man planned to call someone from the factory and discuss what was happening there in secret. But while he was in a public place, the owner was afraid to call anyone. The nurse brought the wheelchair in the afternoon and Mr. Wilson went to his new accommodation. This is where we're going to live now. The girl brought the landlord back in his wheelchair. It's not a bad flat. There are even handles in some places, she said, so you'll be able to move around easily. Just don't speed up too much, Samantha laughed. I've speeded up once in my life, and now I'm in a wheelchair, sighed Mr. Ben Wilson. Samantha, thank you. I don't know how I can ever thank you enough. When this is over, you'll invite me to the museum, she laughed again. I really enjoyed going to these places with you. I promise, the owner smiled broadly. You and I will visit the most interesting museums. The nurse quickly organized dinner. She and her host ate a delicious meal and Samantha helped Mr. Wilson to lie down on his bed. The girl made herself comfortable on the sofa in the kitchen. Tonight I'll finally get some sleep and tomorrow we'll decide what we'll do next, were her last thoughts, and she fell into sleep. The next day at 8 o'clock, Mr. Wilson woke Samantha up. The girl was so sound asleep that she did not even hear him. Finally, she opened her eyes and jumped up. Mr. Wilson, I'm sorry, but I've been so busy the last few days that I slept like a dead person, she tried to justify herself. They made breakfast together and ate quickly. Mr. Wilson thought long and hard that night and decided to send Samantha to his factory. Samantha, could you meet one person? Mr. Wilson asked her. I trust him. After you explain everything to him, I can call him and find out something about Andrew. The girl left her host and went to his enterprise. Samantha had been to the gatehouse there several times. The girl gave the first and last name of the person she wanted to meet. Half an hour later, an elderly gray-haired man appeared at the gatehouse. Mr. Brown, I need to talk to you in private, Samantha said quietly. I'm from Mr. Ben Wilson, said Samantha. The man looked at her perplexed. He followed the girl outside. You see, it turned out that Mr. Wilson was going to be killed, and thank God it didn't work out. Mr. Wilson can't go out in public right now. It's dangerous for him. We're trying to find out who planned to commit this crime. Can you please tell me what's going on at your factory? Nothing much, replied the man in astonishment. Everything is quiet at the factory. A few days ago, the owner's wife called him and told him that he would be gone for a fortnight. He had flown abroad for rehabilitation. Work is going on as usual. Tell me, is your deputy a reliable man? Samantha asked him cautiously. Andrew? The man was surprised. I've been working for Mr. Wilson for years. I've never had any problems with him. He's a good man. Samantha thought for a moment. She felt she had nothing more to ask Mr. Brown. The girl asked him to keep their conversation private for the time being. I don't think his deputy is involved in all this, the nurse thought on the way home. It's a very complicated story, and we can't do without the police. Mr. Wilson was alone. His head was boiling. After the assassination attempt, he was afraid of everything. On the one hand, the man wanted to go to the police. On the other, he planned to bide his time a little longer. Mr. Wilson took Samantha's phone in his hands, twisted it around for a long time. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer and called his wife. My darling, I want you to know that I'm all right. I've missed you so much. Ben, where are you? I heard a worried voice. Please tell me. I want to come to you. What's going on? What's wrong with you? You see, someone wanted to kill me, said Mr. Wilson. Kill you how? Kate's voice trembled. A man called us a few days ago on your behalf and said you were away for a week or two, that you'd call us yourself afterwards. Why did I leave you that night? I should have waited for you and we could have gone home together. I'm begging you, tell me where you are. I promise no one will ever know. I'll only be with you for a few minutes. Ben, I can't take it. Do you realize that? I'll just die. The husband felt so much pain that he couldn't stand it and told Kate his address. Samantha, he called the carer. Could you follow my deputy for a couple of hours, Mr. Wilson asked her. He named the make of his car. Ben still thought it was Andrew who had organized all this. Samantha waited outside the factory for 5 hours. She was already freezing, but Andrew never traveled outside of work. I think someone else did it, Samantha thought. None of his employees could have done it. She walked tiredly to the bus stop and dialed Ben's number, but he didn't answer. Samantha thought he was asleep. After about 10 minutes, she called him again. Maybe he's not feeling well, she worried, and instinctively hailed a taxi. She needed to get home faster. Ben waited impatiently for Kate to arrive. He didn't want Samantha to know about it, so he asked his carer to follow Andrew. All these days, Mr. Wilson didn't miss Kate very much. He couldn't get their last night out of his head. It seemed to the man that he had fallen even more in love with his wife after that, so his whole body was shaking with the upcoming meeting. Ben was sitting in the kitchen when the bell rang. He walked to the door and opened it. Several men quickly rushed into the flat. One of them injected something into Mr. Wilson's arm and he passed out almost immediately. He was quickly wrapped up in a large bag along with his chair and carried out of the flat like furniture. The closer Samantha drove to the house, the more excitement grew within her. She paid the driver and ran to the door, rang the bell, but no one answered. Samantha stood by the door like a stumbling block. She instinctively pulled on it, and the door opened. The girl on trembling legs entered the flat. Ben was nowhere to be found, his phone lying on the floor. Nothing had been stolen, just some scattered slippers. That told me someone had been here. Oh my God, where is he? Samantha burst into tears. What's happened to him again? What am I going to do? She grabbed her phone and wanted to call the police, but instead she grabbed her bag and ran outside. She hailed a taxi and drove to Mr. Wilson's house. If they killed him, they need to hide their evidence now, Samantha reasoned. If I call the police, they'll make the whole thing discreet, and no one will ever find the culprit. It was getting dark. The girl took a wait-and-see attitude. She was sitting among the bushes, and she could see very well what was going on at Mr. Wilson's house. Kate's car came first. She drove into the yard. To all appearances, the woman went into the house. A light came on in her room on the first floor. The curtains were not closed, and Samantha saw a clear male silhouette. It's obviously not Ben, the girl whispered. Who could it be in her room? Judging by the light in the kitchen, the servants were gone. The girl stepped aside and dialed the cook. Hi. Are you at work? Samantha asked. I'm sorry, but I'm so worried. What's going on over there? Should I be looking for another job? Is the boss here? Oh, is that you, Samantha? The cook finally recognized the girl. No, the owner's not here. We're working till 12 this week, too. I don't know what's going on over there. The owner's nephew is here. He's got some business to take care of in LA. Otherwise, it's just business as usual. Mrs. Smith's nephew? The girl was surprised. Who's that? I mean, where's he from? I'd never heard of Kate having a cousin. Yes, neither had I. They say she hasn't spoken to her sister in years. And now this bloke's got some serious health problems. He's here for a checkup, and he's supposed to leave tomorrow. Samantha switched off the phone. Gradually, some puzzles began to form in her head, but she didn't fully understand who had the main role in this story. The girl called a taxi, paid the driver for a night of idle time. At 3 a.m., a car left Mr. Ben Wilson's house. Kate was behind the wheel. The taxi driver followed her. Near one house she stopped. It was very dark, but Samantha heard the car door slam. Kate turned around and drove in the opposite direction. To Samantha's surprise, another car came out of the darkness. The girl realized the danger of her stakeout, but she had to take her chances again. For now, she couldn't figure out what she should do next. The old car drove towards the suburbs. The taxi driver and Samantha followed it. The girl was so tense that she didn't even realize where they had gone. It must have been an hour and a half when the driver dropped Samantha off on the deserted street, where the pursuing car had turned off. The girl was left alone. The taxi driver was afraid to go any further. Samantha trudged through the dark streets in terror. She listened to recognize the noise of the car. The girl was in extreme fear, her whole body trembling. The voices of dogs were heard. They were barking loudly. Samantha came to some wasteland, from which the private sector began. Suddenly, a light came on near a distant house. The girl realized it was the headlights of a car. Samantha crouched sharply near the remains of a brick wall. The car drove away and she cautiously walked to where it stood. When the headlights illuminated the street, she could clearly see a large pile near the yard. "I think it's here," she whispered. "What am I supposed to do now? If they brought Ben here, there may be someone guarding him. They'll kill me too." Samantha walked out to the vacant lot again, memorizing the house. She had a decision to make. "I'm asking you to call for a unit." Samantha called the police. "A man is missing. I think they're hiding him in the old house." Samantha's speech was so incoherent that the police accused her of playing a prank and hung up. "Are they crazy?" she said in horror. "A man could die and they don't care. They don't care." Samantha stood for a moment and dialed the police number again. This time the girl spoke more confidently. The policeman grudgingly listened to her and promised that someone would come. Samantha said she was in Railroad City. She also named the street and house where she thought Ben was hidden. The girl wrapped herself in her seasonal cloak and waited. An hour and 2 hours passed, but still no one was there. It began to get light, and Samantha called the police again. The same disgruntled voice rudely told her that the police were on their way. The girl cautiously began to make her way to the house where the car she was following had stopped. It was quiet. It seemed to Samantha that no one lived there, and the neighboring houses looked deserted. She went to the gate, wanted to enter, but a huge dog lunged at her. The girl was lucky that the dog was on a chain. Samantha cried out in fear and fell to the ground. She decided to wait until the police arrived. She was freezing hard. A cold shiver ran all over her body. "I must have a fever," Samantha thought to herself. She was shivering so much that her teeth were chattering. The girl began to dance on the spot, but it made the dog in the yard go crazy. It began to pull the chain with such force that it seemed to be about to tear it and attack the intruder. Samantha stepped aside. She paced back and forth silently until a police car appeared in the distance. Kate paced nervously around the room. Matthew was due to arrive soon. The girl was very nervous. "I'm sure he'll make it," Mrs. Caroline Smith said coldly. 2 hours had passed when the wicket gate opened and a young man entered the house. He looked very tired. "Well?" The girl ran up to him. "Did you manage to make a deal with him?" She looked hopefully into his eyes. "Yes," he said dryly. "We'll be leaving one of these days," he said to Mrs. Smith. Matthew had been living with Kate for several years. They'd started dating when she turned 18. The bloke was a good earner, and only 2 years later Kate found out what Matthew was really doing. He belonged to a gang. He didn't get his hands dirty personally, but he was involved in kidnapping, extortion, and intimidation. But recently he and the local police had a disagreement, and they began to bring criminal cases against them. For about a month the bandits tried to negotiate with the chief of police. But Matthew realized that even if they were released, they would not be able to live like before. Sooner or later they would be caught anyway. The guy had set up a few people in exchange for his freedom. It was a very complicated deal, and he managed to pull it off. But now everyone had to leave town. There was already a buyer for the house, so all they had to do was wait for Matthew to be released. The boy had said right away that they were going to New York. You could get lost there. And he was only a witness in the case, so there were no claims against him. The young couple took a flat with Mrs. Caroline Smith. They had to be very careful not to draw attention to themselves. The girl got a job as a secretary, and to be fair, Kate was good at her job. Matthew got a job as a delivery assistant and helped to deliver goods to the shops. A year went by, and it was clear that no one was going to pursue Matthew. "If we want to live well, we can't survive here on the wages Kate and I earn," Matthew once said. "Especially since Mrs. Smith can't work because of her thyroid problems." "Matthew, are you trying to do something here?" The girl was scared. "I'm afraid I almost lost you." "Why?" Kate's mother supported the boy. "There are so many people here that hardly anyone will find us. And if we're very careful, I'm sure there's some easy business to be done here." Mrs. Smith had always dreamed of a life of luxury. In her head, she often pictured a 2-story house somewhere in Miami, an expensive car, and foreign resorts to treat her thyroid. She didn't care at all who fulfilled her wish. Matthew seemed like a very suitable candidate for the role. After Kate had been a secretary for about a year, her mother had an idea. "Kate, what if we hooked up with your boss?" She suggested it once. He's a scary guy. He'd be honored to have a girl like you paying attention to him. Mum, you want me to have an affair with him? My daughter couldn't believe her ears. Are you crazy? Well, what's the big deal? Her fiancé supported her. It's only a few months. But then we'll have a good life. We'll buy a house in the suburbs and live like rich people. And how do you imagine it? The girl couldn't calm down. I'm not going to sleep with him. Matthew, could he under some circumstances sign over the documents to the child? Mrs. Caroline Smith looked at the boy questioningly. Well, he might be able to, but he'd take a long time to process. You can't do that without a bed, Matthew thought. Kate, you're not going to romance him for pleasure, but for our future. He looked at her reproachfully. It took another year for the girl to get her boss to trust her. There was no relationship between them yet. Matthew and Mrs. Smith had calculated every move. But it just so happened that a businessman met Kate by chance. I had a crush on him. What am I supposed to do with him now? The girl asked her boyfriend and mother when Mr. Brown asked her out. Kate also said he was single. Mrs. Smith's eyes lit up. What if you lure him into your net and marry him? But that would be too much. Immediately her daughter protested. I only love Matthew. I don't want anyone else but him. Kate, we're not going to be separated. I only love you too. And after this case, we can finally be officially married. For the sake of our happiness, I'm in. Lucky for the girl, Mr. Brown was quick to take a shine to her. What attracted him to her, Kate didn't know. Yes, she was good looking, but Mr. Ben Wilson had no one else by the time he was 35. Maybe he just projected all his dreams onto her. Anyway, the man expressed his desire to marry the girl. Hooray! Matthew, Kate, and Mrs. Caroline Smith raised their champagne glasses. We've done it. Long live the new life. Matthew stayed in the flat they'd all rented together, and Kate and her mother moved in with Mr. Wilson. For a few years they enjoyed life, all three of them spending Ben's money on their own needs. Matthew bought himself a nice car. 3 years later, they got a big house in the suburbs. The plan was to squeeze everything they could out of Mr. Wilson, and Kate would divorce him. But the more they played, the more they worked up an appetite. Mrs. Smith had become so much the mistress of the house that she could no longer see herself without servants. Matthew dressed in expensive boutiques, and Kate did not deny herself anything. Matthew suggested that she organize a charity fund so that no one could pick on her. Ben's wife, of course, didn't spend as much money as she asked him for, but still, she was always undercover. There would be no shadow over her in a divorce, and working for her foundation gave her plenty of free time to spend with Matthew. They never went out in public together. Kate always went to his house. So do we need to decide what to do next? Mrs. Smith once said, shall we call it a day with Mr. Wilson? Or she looked slyly at her daughter and her lover. Or Matthew repeated her words, do you want him gone so Kate can have all his inheritance? That would be nice. I just don't know how to organize it, she sighed. He's not a poor man, he can't just get lost. But if it's all set up perfectly, no one will suspect anything. Matthew supported Mrs. Smith. Yes, Kate didn't like the idea. She would rather just divorce Mr. Wilson. Even if he left her with nothing, they had already taken a lot from him anyway. For a long time, no plan had occurred to Mrs. Caroline Smith. All these ideas of poisoning, faulty brakes, and so on didn't fit. And when Mr. Wilson suggested that Kate should go away for the weekend, a cunning plan immediately appeared in her mind. Go-karting seemed to be the answer. Matthew had organized everything so that no one could suspect that there was anything wrong with the one cart Mr. Wilson was driving. It worked out even better than they had planned. But unfortunately, Mr. Wilson didn't die, he became an invalid. The crooks bided their time for a while so that there would be no suspicion that Ben was going to be taken out. Nearly 6 months had passed when they began to devise a plan again. How could they see it through? And this time they decided to make it look as if Mr. Wilson had been kidnapped and taken to the woods where they would find his body eaten by wolves. It was the middle of March, and hungry animals were roaming the woods looking for prey to make it happen just like that. Mr. Wilson was injected with a drug that was supposed to stop his heart. The man was euphoric after the romantic night his wife had given him. Kate did everything she could to make Ben believe her that night. Everything was going well. Everyone had the legend that Mr. Wilson reported that he was going away for a fortnight for treatment, and then he was found dead in the woods. The police begin to pursue the case. Naturally, they find no evidence. Kate, a distressed widow, receives Mr. Wilson's inheritance after a while, and there over the next 3 years she gradually disposes of Ben's money and factory. Matthew and another man he had hired took Mr. Wilson to the woods. Before doing so, the man had taken the plates off his car, and everyone was so sure that the deed was done that they were just cautiously biding their time until they found Ben's remains. "What's this?" Kate looked at her phone when she got a text message. "Oh my God, Mom, he's alive." Mrs. Smith went pale. She was so frightened she barely made it to the sofa and sat down. "What's going to happen now?" she said, terrified. For now he could tell the police everything. With trembling hands, she picked up the phone and called Matthew. The man said that he was coming to them in the guise of a relative, hired a taxi and came into the courtyard with a large bag. From the outside, it looked very plausible. Mrs. Caroline Smith ran out to meet him with tears in her eyes and introduced her nephew to someone. Everyone went into Mr. Wilson's room. "I don't think anyone suspected anything," Matthew said. "First of all, we've made it so that neither Kate nor you can have any complaints. Kate spent the night at the hotel with Mr. Wilson. And then she got a phone call from her mother. She had a heart attack, and everyone saw it. The paramedic can confirm that. So her leaving him alone won't raise any suspicions. And no one saw me further down there." It was already dark, Matthew continued. "Kate dropped me off. I looked around again. I needed to make sure it was clear. The only problem was the cafe across the street from the hotel. But at 4, there was no one there anymore. Even the waiters at the tables were asleep. What if he did see one of you?" Mrs. Smith wondered. "How?" Matthew objected. "Firstly, we were wearing masks, and secondly, none of us were talking, and lastly, he was probably unconscious. The only thing I can't figure out is how he survived. If his heart stopped, who brought him back to life? Since the police never showed up, the only option for everyone was to wait. And a few days later, Mr. Wilson turned up himself. He gave Kate the address where she was to come and see him. The woman played her part flawlessly, so Ben didn't even suspect a thing. In fact, he didn't even realize anything. When 2 people he couldn't even see ran into the flat, Mr. Wilson felt something sticking into his arm. His head immediately felt heavy and his eyelids felt leaden. Ben woke up in some dark place, lying on the floor and feeling damp. He tried to raise himself but could not. After a while, his eyes adjusted and he began to recognize the walls. To all appearances, it was a cellar or some other underground room. Mr. Wilson felt the ground with his hands. "My God, what's happened to me?" Ben muttered faintly. "How did I get here? Someone stole me from the flat." He began to recall what had happened to him. Mr. Wilson tried to stand up, leaning against the wall. He couldn't feel his legs. Eventually, he succeeded. Who were these people? His head rang like a bell. Every question resonated with pain. Who could have known where I was? Samantha. I wondered if she had organized all this. A shiver ran through Mr. Wilson's whole body. He seemed to have stopped breathing. But then why did she save me? He clutched his head with his hands. What did she want with me? No, Samantha couldn't have done it. Maybe Andrew followed her. That's right. He saw her hanging around the factory and followed her. Maybe they're in on it together. The ideas that came into Mr. Wilson's head were so heavy that he could hardly bear them. The man settled on the fact that his deputy and his carer had organized the whole thing. What do they want me to do? His brain kicked in again. Could they be plotting to blackmail Kate? Kate? He repeated out loud. She was supposed to be coming to see me. Kate, he said, as if someone had hit him over the head with all their might. Why didn't she come? I was expecting her. Maybe I got the wrong address, Mr. Wilson began to remember. No, I told her the right thing. He searched his pockets, but they were empty. Mr. Wilson felt how cold he was. His whole body was shaking from the cold. I'm going to freeze to death out here, he thought, and started shouting, Hey, somebody let me out of here. Help. But there was silence all around. "Oh God, help me," Mr. Wilson cried out. His brain was spinning again with tremendous force. Panic and fear began to provoke new thoughts in him. Why didn't Kate come? Mr. Wilson thought. Where is she? Why didn't she save me? Something came to the very surface of his brain and hit him like a blast wave. Kate knew my exact address. A clue pierced him. Did she? Mr. Wilson froze in shock at his thoughts. It seemed to him that everything was jumbled up in his head. But after a moment it became completely clear. My wife did it, he said aloud to someone. She knew where I was. If Samantha had wanted to kill me, she could have taken me here right after the hospital. No one would have noticed I was gone. It was very difficult for Mr. Wilson to accept what had occurred to him. It meant that from the very beginning Kate had been impersonating another person. She had never loved him. The latter was so painful that it seemed to Mr. Wilson his heart would burst from grief. Matthew got out of the taxi, pressed the intercom. The gate opened automatically, and he quietly entered the house. "Give me my bag," he said to Kate and Mrs. Caroline Smith. "I think he'll make it tonight. He won't last long in the cellar. Then we'll take him to the woods as planned. And then the wolves will finish the job." "And if he's still alive?" Mr. Wilson's wife said in a frightened voice. "What would we do then? Or would the owners of the house be there?" "Then we'll take him there alive," replied the man. "Only now we'll leave him deep in the woods. The owner of the house won't be back until early summer, so no one will come there for a long time. That's it, I'm leaving you. Let's pretend to the servants that I've done all my chores." Matthew hugged his aunt and said goodbye to Kate. The landlady escorted him to the gate, and he set off with a large bag to the bus stop. The man called a taxi on the way and went to his house in the suburbs. His work was almost finished. This time he had no doubt that they would succeed. Samantha ran towards the police car. She was so cold she could barely speak. "That's the house over there. Check it out. There's a big dog in the yard," the girl said in a shaky voice. "I think they hid him there." Who? The policeman could not understand. They cautiously began to make their way towards the house. One of them climbed over the fence. Despite the barking, the dog couldn't reach him. The other followed. Samantha was crying, her head was buzzing from exertion. She wanted to go into the yard again, but the dog pounced on her. It must have been an hour when one of the policemen appeared near the fence. He drove the dog away with a big stick, while the other pulled on Mr. Wilson's old sheet. The man groaned. "Ben." Samantha rushed to him. "Lord, why did I leave you alone?" The girl fussed over her master. The police took the man and Samantha to their flat. Here Mr. Wilson lay down on the bed and finally, under several blankets, was able to get warm. Samantha immediately made hot tea for everyone. "Well, let's do the paperwork, shall we?" suggested the sergeant. "It's a long case, so we'd better get started." It took Mr. Wilson and Samantha almost 3 hours to give their statements. The police took notes. Finally, they summarized. "So apart from your wife, no one else knew where you were." The sergeant looked at Mr. Wilson. "We're not counting Samantha." "I guess so," agreed Mr. Ben Wilson. "I haven't had any other calls since my call." "Samantha says she saw your wife with a man outside the hotel," the policeman said to the girl. "Even though it was dark, you could see that he was kissing her?" The man called someone at the station and talked for a long time. Then he went back into the room. "We'll go back to that house," he said. "I don't think they'll be there during the day, but they'll be there in the evening or at night. And we'll wait for them there. Please don't call anyone until we get the situation straightened out." The police left and the owner and the carer were left alone. The man felt guilty. "Samantha, I'm sorry, it's all my fault," Mr. Wilson confessed. "I couldn't take it at first and texted my wife. And then when you went to the factory, I called her and asked her to come over. You know, I had a feeling it was her from the beginning," the girl sighed. "Thank God I was able to find you, Lord. It's a good thing I went straight to your house and followed that car. You've already saved me twice. Thank you." Tears ran down Mr. Wilson's cheeks. "God sent you to me. It's a good thing I stood up for you to Mrs. Caroline Smith. I left you, I can't imagine what would have happened if I hadn't hired you back then. I'd be lying in my grave by now." Samantha looked at him. She had been through so much herself these days. The girl walked over to her master and hugged him. The stress made her cry too. It was 12 when a car pulled up to the abandoned house. 2 men got out. One threw a piece of meat to the dog and it stopped barking. The silhouettes followed the house. Someone opened the lock, and the 2 figures began to descend cautiously into the cellar. Near the door itself, one thug switched on a torch. The other opened the door and stepped inside. The lantern twitched all around the room, but there was no one inside. Matthew was scared out of his wits. He quickly turned round and wanted to run outside, but suddenly 3 policemen appeared in front of them. Against the wall, one of them said, pointing his gun, "Don't move. You won't get away." Mr. Ben Wilson's case had been going on for months. Lawyers for Kate, her mom, and Matthew tried to find some loopholes. They did find something. The ex-wife and her mother got suspended sentences, but Matthew had to go to jail this time. The fraudsters lost all the property they'd bought with Mr. Wilson's money. The dreams of a wealthy life meant that even Mrs. Caroline Smith now had to work. No one cared about the state of her thyroid. The only problem was that with a suspended sentence, women couldn't get any more or less decent jobs. Kate and her mother had worked several jobs, washing large production areas. But unfortunately, no matter how much life taught them, still Mrs. Smith and Kate did not think they were to blame. After Mr. Ben Wilson returned home, changes began to take place in his life too. The first thing the man did was take a realistic look at his health. And since there was no positive prognosis, the man decided to sell his factory after all. Andrew and another of his employees bought it back in installments. "I am glad that my brainchild will belong to you," Mr. Wilson confessed to his former colleagues. "In your hands, my factory will be under your care. I am sure that in a few years you will have achieved much more than I did." Despite the sadness of losing his enterprise, Mr. Wilson sighed peacefully after a few months. He had enough money for a long, prosperous life. But the most important thing Mr. Wilson had gained from the whole affair was a trusted and loyal friend. Samantha accompanied her master all the way to the end of the case. For a while she was still afraid that something else might happen to Mr. Wilson. But after Matthew was put away and Kate and Mrs. Smith were punished, Mr. Wilson kept his promise as promised. "Samantha, what do you think of this picture?" Mr. Wilson stopped beside the blue dancers. "What stunning colors. I adore this painting." Samantha took his hand, and together they looked at the mesmerizing figures of the girls in the blue dresses. Samantha no longer doubted that Mr. Wilson had ceased to be her master who gave her work. He had become her friend and her favorite person. "Samantha, what do you think of this painting?" Mr. Wilson stopped next to the blue dancers. "What stunning colors. I adore this painting." Samantha took his hand, and together they looked at the mesmerizing figures of the girls in the blue dresses. Samantha no longer doubted that Mr. Wilson had ceased to be her master who gave her work. He had become to her a friend and a favorite man. Ben had been hesitant to propose to his carer for a long time, and it wasn't that he didn't believe her feelings. "Maybe she'll find someone better than me," he thought. "After all, I'm an invalid and she'll have to be a carer for the rest of her life." The man was torn between his feelings for the girl and his common sense. One day he plucked up the courage to talk to Samantha about his love. "Samantha," said Ben, "you mean too much to me, and I'm very afraid of losing you. I need you to understand me." Wilson tried to explain something. "Ben, I love you," she smiled. "Let's not make this any harder than it has to be. If you care about me, let's not make up some excuse to break up." "Let's not," agreed Ben Wilson. "I love you too. Marry me." Suddenly he said, "If you have no more doubts about anything, I'll answer you at once." Yes, the girl laughed. Ben and Samantha married and had a little holiday for themselves, and only at the end of the summer their parents flew in. "What's up?" Ben's father raised his glass. "Our children have been through so much, but these problems have hardened their union. Now we can be sure that no circumstances in their lives will not be able to separate them." That was the message the newlyweds began to live by. Samantha did everything possible so that her Ben did not feel detached from life. They visited many interesting places together, and when their daughter was born, Ben was finally able to fully experience what it was like to have a family. Disability can only limit you when you want it to, Ben Wilson liked to say. And I can safely say that I have a lot more opportunities than the average person. Victoria stood next to the high panoramic window and thoughtfully looked into the distance. There, where in the depths of her and her husband's large and flowering garden, there was a small, beautiful lake in which huge rainbow carp slowly swam. "Here, look how handsome they are," he said, hugging her, Jack. "They were bought especially for you, so that you could come here at any time and watch our family in miniature." Jack smiled and pointed out to the young woman a pair of beautiful fish moving smoothly under the glass-smooth water column. "Look, the bigger one is like me," the husband continued. "But this beauty with iridescent sides is you, Victoria, his female, his legal wife. You see how happy they are, just like you and me, Victoria." Then for a long time I looked at the majestic Pisces and thought that she too was now floating in the same way in the middle of the unknown of her own life. And just like these carps, it does not remember itself. Elections allowed Katie. The woman slowly shifted her focus from her gaze to the reflection in the window. Tall, almost model height, slender like a tree trunk. Victoria, she had truly beautiful appearance. The platinum blonde who turned 25 last year looks like she stepped straight out of the pages of a fashion magazine. However, Jackie said that's how they met. Like she was a model who was about to finally leave the business that was boring her, and he was a successful banker who managed several branches of one of the largest banks in the country. The husband told her that they met at some art exhibition, either dedicated to Impressionism or vice versa. It was something related to folk crafts. Jackie told her that he didn't remember exactly. "I would like to remember at least something from all this," I thought to myself with bitterness. However, no matter how much the businessman's wife strained her memory, no matter how much she tried to reconstruct the events of that fateful day when she was in a terrible car accident and almost completely lost her memory, nothing I couldn't remember other than my name. Her first memory, after she finally came to her senses, was the long road home. The woman remembered the cozy interior of an expensive car in which her husband drove her to their luxurious country mansion, located in one of the most closed and carefully guarded cottage communities. Next to her in the car sat a middle-aged woman, dressed in a chic three-piece sky blue suit. Her hair was perfectly styled, and her makeup could have been the envy of the Queen of England herself. The lady looked to be about 50, but she had a figure like that of Hollywood stars. Fit, slender, with a minimum number of wrinkles on a beautiful but slightly cold face. It later turned out that it was the mother, Jack Zoe. The banker's mother owned a large spa complex, so in matters of youth and beauty she really had no equal, at least in their city. After they arrived home, Jack Zoe told her in more detail about what happened to her. "Honey, it's normal that you feel a little lost," her husband explained to her. "The accident you and your driver got into was simply monstrous. The driver died on the spot, and you..." Jackie hesitated, as if it was hard for him to talk about it, and he did not know how to choose the right words so as not to shock his already confused wife. "They literally put you back together piece by piece. Your brain was severely damaged, and after doctors performed several complex operations, you had to be put into an artificial coma. Otherwise, you simply wouldn't have survived, my dear." Zoe, who was sitting right there, just silently lowered her eyes and put her palm to her forehead, as if she herself suddenly felt bad from the surge of worries for her daughter-in-law. "You were in a coma for almost 6 months, she said quietly. "My son visited you every day in the hope that your condition would finally improve enough to wake you up. However, at first, the doctors did not give positive prognoses. They said that the chances of making it through were simply scanty, and you could, Victoria, you have conquered death. Well done." When Zoe Konstantinovna looked again at Victoria, there were tears in her eyes. She immediately approached her daughter-in-law and sincerely hugged her. Victoria, there was no choice but to respond to this gesture with a much less tight hug of his own. "I've been waiting for you so much, Victoria," said meanwhile Jack, and he also wiped tears from the corners of his eyes. "You just can't imagine how long I've been waiting. Mom says it right. Even the doctors despaired, but I still believed that you would come back to me. Honey, thank God that's what happened. Now you are home, and I will never let you suffer again. Never." The young woman looked at her husband, and for a tiny moment it suddenly seemed to her that she had already heard something like that. but it was under completely different circumstances, and which ones, alas, she did not remember at all. She herself felt as if she had slept for several decades in a row, and when she woke up, she found herself in a completely different time and place than where she had once fallen asleep. The woman was haunted by a constant feeling of lethargy and physical weakness, and everything around her seemed somehow completely different from what it should have been. "Thank you. Thanks to both of you," answered slowly Victoria, and the mother-in-law finally released her from her two strong hands. The young woman smiled faintly and added to her husband, "I must be very lucky to have such a sensitive and caring family. I will try to remember you and everything that happened before this terrible accident. I promise." Zoe, my son, and I quickly looked at each other, but the next second, a happy smile flashed on the face of the husband and mother-in-law. "Of course, darling," the woman sang, taking her hand. "We have no doubt about it. Jack will help you fill in all the gaps that have formed in your memory after the coma. To be honest, we have already prepared a little for this. So once you are completely ready to start, just tell us. Do you live with us?" The mother-in-law was taken aback for a moment, as if she did not expect such tactlessness from her daughter-in-law. But then, realizing that this was just an ordinary question, Zoe softened. "That's right, dear me, and you. Now, Jack, we all live together in this wonderful house. I'll keep an eye on you if you don't mind," she said, looking carefully at her daughter-in-law. "Jack, we are at work all day. In addition, he is often sent on business trips, including abroad. I think it will be better this way." Victoria turned a questioning glance from her to her husband, and he confirmed his mother's words. "Darling, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. I'm taking some time off now, but I will have to go back to the office in a couple of weeks. I want to be absolutely sure that nothing happens to you while I'm not home. Mom kindly agreed to help me with this, although her worries are beyond the roof. I'm sure you and Mom will have a great time together. Even before the accident, you were inseparable, real girlfriends." Jack laughed a low, pure laugh, while looking at his mother as if he was looking for her support. She didn't keep herself waiting, and so I laughed, too. "Of course, you and I will discuss so many things. We will prepare so many delicious things. You won't be bored with me, that's for sure." Mother-in-law patted softly Victoria on the hand, but it seemed to her that the woman did this too faintly, as if talking about their friendship. The husband nevertheless embellished the true words somewhat so he under attitude one way or another. But then she did not say anything, but only gave her loved ones another weak smile. She is really very tired, and the only thing she really wanted at that moment was just to get some sleep. Related, Victoria did not resist the Victoria and took her to the room designated for her. Almost a year has passed since that moment, but the young woman has not advanced one iota in her numerous attempts to remember life before the moment of the accident. It's as if someone deliberately separated these two halves with an invisible line, and everything that came before was irretrievably lost. Her husband helped her as best he could, showing her a wedding album, which contained many photographs of both the celebration itself and afterwards from their everyday life. Here they are, happy and incredibly beautiful, posing for a photographer, surrounded by 24 friends. Victoria. She wore a gorgeous designer dress the color of baked milk, completely embroidered with silk and silver crystals that folded into a whimsical and slightly reminiscent of Scandinavian patterns. "You are so beautiful here." Kissing his wife, he whispered to Jack. I just gently dodged. She was not yet ready to get closer to her husband the way he would like. Too little time had passed, and she had not yet had time to get used to him again or feel the feelings that had connected them, as he claimed for 3 long years. "I'm sorry," she said quietly to Victoria, but the husband did not seem to hear this, continuing to try to establish closer communication with his wife. He tried to hug her, but the woman pulled away more insistently. "No, Jack, please, I can't, but I love you." He answered her stupidly, slightly upset Jack by his face. The woman realized that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, and now all he could do was look back at their wedding photos in disappointment. "Okay," he said dryly, "but did you remember anything? And you can't hide from me forever. After all, I am your husband. You don't need to be afraid of me. But maybe if we started living together again as before, you would quickly be able not only to remember, but also to feel for me the same love that I feel for you every day." Victoria, I felt bad at heart. She really wanted all those wonderful, sublime feelings he spoke about to return to her memory. Jack. But looking at the multicolored photographs, she felt absolutely nothing. Anyone, even the slightest glimpse of memory about Victoriashi was terribly ashamed, so she could only shake. "That's what I thought," said the husband in much colder tone. "Sometimes it seems to me that you don't even try to remember anything. I understand this is hard for you, but you could just try to trust me and your mom, since your memory still doesn't want to come back to you. Look at your right hand." Victoriashi obediently stared at her right hand, where her wedding ring with a huge pink diamond was on her ring finger. Jackie caught her glance and nodded curtly. "You see, I gave you this ring on the day I proposed to you. You were happy to receive it." "So happy that she immediately told me yes," said Jack. She tried to justify herself, but her husband motioned for her to shut up. "Please let me finish," he said, and a mournful expression instantly spread across his face. "You don't remember now, but you and I have always been part of one whole. We loved each other so much that we even wrote special vows for each other for our wedding." Jackie looked for something in my wife's toilet cabinet and took out a large envelope. Inside was a sheet of coated paper, neatly folded in half. On the sheet of paper was a love letter typed on a typewriter in which Victoria explained her feelings to her future husband. "Here, read this carefully," her husband asked. "If this doesn't bring back even a little memory of how happy we were, then I'm asking, no, I'm begging you, just take my word for it. I love you more than anything in the world, and it will always be that way." With these words, the man left his wife's room, leaving her alone with the wedding vows and his far from rosy thoughts. Victoria read the message to my husband and cried. She cried because she couldn't remember either how she wrote it or what she felt. The oath was truly beautiful. So pure, so sincere. Lord, why? I don't remember any of this. I asked both myself and God the same question. Why can't I love my husband again and remember him? Her mother-in-law's advice didn't help either, although they cooked together in the spacious kitchen and went out into the city together to visit the places that, as she assured her, Zoe loved most of all. It was all useless. Inside Victoriite was as if there was a huge stone wall that did not allow her to look into the depths of her own memory and remember everything, wherein Victoriashi was not left alone for a minute. Either her mother-in-law or herself was always. My husband and I went to the city to unwind a couple of times a week. There they went shopping and to restaurants. Or Jack tried to spend time with his wife visiting theaters, cinema, and exhibitions. She was very grateful to her husband for his work, but did not understand why she could not do everything the same. But on her own, without his presence, laymen wanted a little freedom, personal space. She hoped unsuccessfully that if she could be alone with her thoughts, then her memory might return to her much faster. "No, honey, that's impossible." Repeated to her over and over again, Jack. "You are still too weak and cannot fully control yourself. What if you get some kind of dizziness? Or, God forbid, will you completely lose consciousness and fall into a coma again? Darling, I won't survive this. You know, but I'll still have to go out in public alone sooner or later. You can't lock me in our house forever." Just thinking about it immediately made me shudder. She suddenly realized that, it turns out, she couldn't stand closed spaces and loneliness. Jackbutt, seeing his wife's reaction to his words, he instantly became nervous with irritation. There's the corner of his eye even twitched. "What's happened? Did you remember something?" he asked, somehow strangely. "No," she answered. "Why are you asking?" Ends of the wristband immediately relaxed noticeably and said more softly, "I thought you felt something new." Maybe she remembered how you and I already argued in a similar way. Victoria shook her head negatively. "Not really. But you're right. I realized that I couldn't be alone for too long. Then something seemed to push the woman from within, and she looked carefully at her husband, Jack, and why during all this time none of my friends ever called me? Do I have no friends? The phone number you gave me. There's no one in the contact list except you and Zoe. What about my parents? Where are they, Jack?" There were so many questions that Jack involuntarily began to walk around the room where they were talking. It was just one of those evenings when they were planning to go to the premiere of the Capitals play, which was touring their city. The man noticeably perked up and kept tugging at his cuffs in excitement, pretending to adjust his emerald cufflinks. "What is it, dear?" I didn't understand Victoria. "Is there something you haven't told me yet, Jack? I will not leave here until I find out the whole truth." Jackie looked nervously at his wife, and in her soul there was an unpleasant feeling, a feeling that they were clearly hiding something from her. "It's just that you've chosen the wrong time for this conversation," he finally said, Jack. We're going to the theater now, and you're here about your parents and friends. Let's talk later. I felt a sudden attack of anger and irritation. She stomped her foot hard on the carpet. But I want to know, have pity on me. I've been living in the dark for a year now and don't know who I am or what I am. I didn't ask because I thought it would be too hard for me and because I thought I would remember everything on my own. But nothing works. I don't know what to do next, how to get my memory back. Victoria, she felt herself begin to shake. She was clearly starting to get hysterical. And my husband, fortunately, also understood this. Jack jumped up to Victoria and hugged her tightly, trying to warm her and calm her trembling. It was like a stretched ringing string. She couldn't control her own body. He stroked his wife on. That's what I was talking about. It's too early for you to be alone. I was hoping you could remember bits and pieces of the main thing. Then set her down on the bed and said in a soft but sad voice, "Your parents, they died long ago. It was a hiking accident. Your mom and dad were mountain lovers and often kayaked in wild river areas. One day, their boat couldn't withstand one of the rapids and capsized. She looked at her husband with red eyes from tears. Did they drown?" He nodded sadly and stroked Victoria on the cheek. The river was very cold, and in those places the current was very strong. Their death was inevitable. "I'm sorry, honey, I'm so sorry." Victoria burst into tears and buried her face in her husband's shoulder. "Lord, what a nightmare. Oh, how long ago did this happen?" "A long time ago, honey. You were only 20 then. You told me about it yourself." Jack gently stroked his wife's head and whispered soothing words into her ear. Then he said carefully, "As for your friends, I bought you a new phone because your previous one was broken during an accident. There are no other contacts in it since I didn't want anyone to bother you again during your rehabilitation." Victoria, she calmed down a little and, wiping her tears, said, "Exactly. But I didn't even think about it. I'm sorry, Jack. I am very ashamed that I could think badly of you. I really decided that you wanted to hide something from me." The husband just smiled affectionately and suggested, "If you want to meet your friends, then so be it. I'll tell them your new number. But just be sure to stay in touch. When I walk, I need to know that you're okay, you know?" Nodded. This news made her feel a little lighter. "Well, that's nice," the husband said contentedly. "You know, I changed my mind about going to the theater today. I think we've had enough emotions for this evening. Let me give you the sedative a doctor prescribed, and then we'll go to bed early. Is that okay?" I thought about it and agreed. "She really is very emotional about you." The husband assured her that he was not at all offended by his wife's suspicion, like he understands everything. Still, living without a past is such stress. Having given my wife an injection, Jack breathed out a sigh of relief when she fell into a blissful sleep within a few minutes. That evening, he realized for the first time that he was with Victoria. There is still a long way to go before she finally comes to terms with the fact that her true place is in this house and in his, and only his, heart. That same night, Victoria, I saw a very strange dream, which later I could not get out of my head. In that dream, she couldn't understand where exactly she was. Everything around her was engulfed in bright orange flashes, and the woman herself could not breathe normally because of the smoke that had entered her lungs. Glitter and acrid, this smoke enveloped all the objects that the businessman's wife tried to reach in a fruitless attempt to save them from the approaching flame. I felt the ever-increasing heat on my skin, but did not see a way out of the smoky space. Then, as if out of nowhere, two blurry figures appeared in front of her. I couldn't see exactly what they looked like, but I felt that one of them, the taller one, was a man, and the second, very small, clearly belonged to a child. "Victoria," I heard a strong male voice ahead of me. "Where are you, Victoria?" The voice repeated her name over and over again. She didn't try to quickly shout, "I'm here," but not a single sound escaped her throat. In desperation, the woman grabbed her own neck and suddenly heard a piercing, childish voice, "Mommy." And she began to rush around in the blinding, fiery fog, trying to reach, or at least get closer to those ghostly figures that were calling her. She understood in her soul that she definitely needed to give them a sign that she was here, that she was alive, and that everything was fine with her. However, the blurry silhouettes moved further away the closer I tried to get to them, Victoria. Finally, experiencing a surge of inhuman despair, the woman screamed into the void, watching the figures move away and dissolve in the smoke. Wait, please don't leave me here. No, I want to come to you. Wake up," called her Jack. And at that moment, the woman opened her huge blue eyes. It turned out that she was still lying in her bed, and her husband was sitting next to her, bending over her and forcefully shaking her shoulders so that she would wake up. Anxiety and sadness were clearly visible on the husband's face. "Then, what's wrong with you? What did you see?" The wife, not yet fully awakened from what she had seen, just shook her head and pulled her husband's hands away from her. "Everything is fine, Jack. Nothing. I just had a nightmare." The young woman regained her breath with difficulty and looked tenderly at her husband. "No, don't worry. Give me a couple of minutes. Maid, fine." Victoria, she turned on her other side, trying to cope with the feelings that rushed over her. What she saw in the dream was so vivid and realistic that the woman could not move away from the thought that it could very well be a memory. Just what? And why didn't she see in this strange dream Jack, as if he had nothing to do with it at all? "Are you sure you don't need sedatives? I could get you some pills if you want." Looked at her husband with outright surprise. "Are you serious, honey? Do you want to turn me into a vegetable?" Backensed for a moment, but laughed lightly and threw a pillow at him. "Yes, I was just joking, fool. Of course, I don't mean anything like that." "Well, really, it's just a bad dream. There is no need to take pills every time I feel emotions." Jackie smiled, but somehow not joyfully, as if he felt guilty about something. However, quickly pretending that nothing had happened, he invited his beloved wife to drink coffee together. Even baked cheesecakes for us today before rushing off to work. As long as I have lived, I am always amazed at her amazing ability to combine the talents of a housewife and a businesswoman. God, how embarrassing. Pressing her hands to her face, she said, "Victoria, it was I who had to get up early and prepare everything. Instead, you also have to strain your mother in the kitchen." Jackie just waved his hand, after which he tenderly kissed his wife on the cheek. "You just don't know her as I do. In fact, all this amateur activity with pots has always been a joy for her. Before my father died, she was an ordinary housewife for a long time, raised me, looked after my dad when he came home from work, and then, when her father died of a heart attack, she took the business seriously. Dad left us some inheritance. She used this money to open her first beauty salon." Victoria looked at her husband with sincere interest. This was the first time he had told her so openly about his family. "I was still just a boy then, about 17 years old. At first, I couldn't accept this new form of my mother. And then she clearly explained to me that in this life you need to fight for yours to the end, gnawing it with your teeth but not giving it to anyone. So, I first entered college at the Faculty of Economics and then got a job in a bank. But gradually I became one of the people and met you." Jack hugged with tenderness Victoria, and she allowed herself to be kissed for real. At some point, the woman thought that the dream she had was really just a meaningless nightmare. A couple of hours later, when the husband was already getting ready for work, the phone of Victoria suddenly burst out an insistent third. Looking at the screen, the woman was surprised to find that they were calling her from an unknown number. "Pick up the phone," he advised her, Jack throwing his jacket over his shoulders. "I'm sure you're happy about who's calling you." "Really?" Raised her eyebrows and answered the incoming call. "It's you." An unfamiliar female voice squealed on the phone. "Yes, it's Victoria. And who speaks?" "Lehman." There was a second pause at the other end of the line, after which the same thin voice said, offended. "Jack, of course," he said, "that you have problems with your memory, but so much so." Victoria looked at her husband again with a question. "Who is this?" But he just winked at her and pointed to his watch. "I'm in a hurry," he whispered with one lips. They hanged themselves there. After this, the husband went to work with a satisfied look, leaving Victoria in complete confusion. And she remembered that Zoe should come home in half an hour, check on her and see if everything is okay. So who should she have fun with? Her mother-in-law or the one who was literally tearing her phone to pieces? Like continued to attack Victoria endless questions. "Listen, don't you seriously remember us? It is me, Anne, your best friend. U.S. Jackie said that you can't get close to you while you're being treated. During this time, we were all exhausted. And yesterday, he writes to us and tells us to drag you into the city. No, well, you always had a Mr. Spontaneity. Sorry, of course, for such frankness. Mate. And stop." I tried to pacify my interlocutor. "Do you want to say that you and I were once friends before the accident? I mean, are you my best friend?" Confused by the appearance of another person in her life, whom she did not remember at all, she suggested Anne meet in the city center, in the very cafe where they usually like to go with their husband. The woman wanted to talk to this girl and try to remember her. Still, this one Enzo insisted that they had known each other for many years, However, the meeting with my friend was not impressive to Victoria, to say the least, disappointed. Not only did she remember absolutely nothing of the things that this girl told her about, but she also turned out to be an extremely unpleasant girl in her own right. I couldn't believe that I trusted this nasty and envious girl with all my secrets. Yes, she would never share it with such a gossip. While they were sitting in a cafe, she managed to wash the bones of all their mutual friends. And although half of them Victoria I didn't even see her, she was offended that unlike this. Without hesitation, he throws mud at it. Nah, so you're saying that you and I work together in the modeling business? I asked at some point Victoria to interrupt her endless dirty tirade, and paused for a second, as if her internal computer was having a hard time processing this simple question. Finally, an uncertain smile appeared on her face. Yes. And don't you remember our shows in Milan? How we discussed this famous model? She looks so beautiful in all the magazines, but in reality she is fat. I'm still amazed at what these agents saw in her. After all, the natural one was scary. Anne laughed unpleasantly, revealing her big white teeth. She continued thoughtfully, stirring the remains of her milkshake in a tall glass with a straw. Who do I love more, dogs or cats? I asked again. What? Flapping her long, thickly painted eyelashes, her friend stared at her. And what do cats have to do with it? Victoria looked at the girl carefully. But this is such a simple question. You say you've known me almost since school. Then you can't help but know which animals I love more. All best friends answer such questions with ease, especially when some of them have memory problems. What I definitely didn't expect was that then suddenly, out of the blue, he pulls out his mobile phone and starts hysterically writing something to someone in it. What are you doing? I asked her with a smile. She wouldn't be surprised to know she was posting some nasty stuff about her on the internet, but she didn't care at all. She just wanted to understand what was going on here. And she finished fiddling with her smartphone and with a changing grin, obviously intended to depict a smile. So, I was urgently called here for filming. I would be glad to chat with you more, but unlike you, I don't have a rich husband, so I have to work hard. Yes, and quickly jumped up from the table and sent Victoria a kiss. Don't be upset. We'll definitely chat again later, and then, you'll feel better. Kyo, dear, in touch. With these words, the red-haired gossip fled from the cafe like a bright but stupid butterfly. I couldn't get rid of the thought that with this and there was something wrong. Well, it can't be that she chose such a mercantile person as her friend. Besides, she definitely didn't know the answer to her question. And all this fuss with the phone. Yes, she was just looking for an excuse to quickly leave and not continue to dive into slippery topics. But what could this mean? Victoria were at a loss. She had too many questions about her own past, and she had not yet received an answer to any of them. Hearing her own phone vibrate in her purse, the woman immediately picked up the phone. Hello, honey. How are you? I asked Jack, who called her from work. To be honest, not really, his wife admitted to him. I didn't like it at all. What kind of friend is this who has only clothes and gossip on her mind? Is it true? There was tension in the husband's voice. You don't have to communicate with her if you want. I just thought it would be useful for you to be with old acquaintances. You said it yourself. Yes. I remember she hastened to reassure him. It's just that this meeting turned out to be not at all as sincere as I imagined. I'm going home now, Zoe already there. I could cook us all something original for dinner tonight. They chatted a little more about household chores, after which she hung up and walked home. She wanted to take a little walk to be alone with her thoughts and just relax in silence. Weather that day was simply wonderful. Spring was in full swing. Apple trees were blooming everywhere. The flower beds were full of blooming flowers. A sea of floral herbal aromas floated in the air, and Victoria lingered for a couple of minutes in one of the courtyards near the playground. Looking at the little happy children playing in the sandbox, I felt a surge of incredible melancholy. What a pity that Kolya and I don't have our own baby. This is how I could now sit and watch our son or daughter. Maybe my soul would then feel much calmer. The young woman sat down on the bench, watching the children with pleasure. Some of them were swinging happily on the swings, while their mothers looked away with a proud look. Victoria. Here they say, look, envy how happy we are growing. Suddenly, Victoria, she felt her hands and feet suddenly become cold. Something seemed to switch in the young woman's head, and she clearly, as if in reality, saw herself in her arms with the small child. The newborn snored sweetly. His eyes were closed. He slept. At that moment, I was absolutely sure that I was holding my own son in my arms. However, her vision did not end there. The woman felt strong and gentle arms hug her shoulders, turned around to look at the child's father, and it was he, and to her great amazement, she saw in front of her not at all Jack. A tall, broad-shouldered, handsome man with deep dark green eyes and golden hair did not fit with the image of her husband. Jack was a stocky brunette, slender but slightly taller than herself. This same stranger looked like he was a hero from an old fairy tale. She didn't know either the beautiful man or the child she was holding in her arms, but she was sure that both of them had the most direct relation to her. Really, Jack, is there still something she's not telling her? Is it possible that before him Victoria was there another family? But then where are they? What happened to them? Intrigued, Victoria immediately hurried home. She eagerly awaited her husband's return so she could talk to him about her vision. Though seeing how worried she was, she herself became nervous. Having seated her daughter-in-law in the kitchen, she tried to quickly ask her about what happened and how the meeting with her friend went. Ramshums and Patcher is caught that moment. I was by no means in the mood for a sincere conversation with my mother-in-law. Maybe I can help you with something. Looking in Victoria in the eyes, asked the businesswoman. I'm afraid that only Jack. She sighed. I need to talk to him very seriously. A shadow ran across the woman's face, the nature of which was impossible to determine. The young woman referred to the fact that she needed rest, after which she went upstairs to her room. That evening, when Jack came back home, Victoria immediately called him over and honestly told him about her sudden memory. After listening to his wife, the businessman was a little confused at first, but quickly pulled himself together. I was amazed at how quickly the reactions on his face changed. In a few moments, she managed to discern surprise, anger, confusion, and then an imperturbable calmness that hid all other feelings underneath. Usagi, darling, listen to me very carefully, the husband began, placing his wife on the bed. What you were talking about is impossible. But why? She looked at him incomprehensibly. Jack, I feel that these people are somehow connected to me very strongly. These emotions, this image, it was so real, so familiar. If there is something that I don't know about myself, you just have to tell me everything. Jackie covered his face with his hands, as if trying to isolate himself from his own feelings. The doctors warned me that such consequences were possible, he said slowly. You've been in a coma for too long, and part of your brain still remains not fully What do you mean, Jack? I asked him again. What is wrong with me? The husband looked at her with sadness, even some guilt. Forgive me, I should have told you about everything earlier. Grace, what are you talking about? Can you explain? The husband carefully took Victoria by the hands. Hallucinations. The doctor said that this is how the consequences of a coma can manifest themselves. Victoria, she couldn't immediately comprehend what her husband was telling her. When it dawned on her, she shook her head negatively. No, Jack, no. The fact of the matter is that it was not a figment of my imagination. I'm sure I saw part of my past, but I can't understand when it was and who these people are to me. Jack looked at his wife with inexpressible regret. Honey, it happens sometimes. Perhaps you experienced a powerful emotional shock when you looked at your children. So your mind tried to deceive you, to pass off wishful thinking as reality. No, she continued to persist. I'm normal. I know for sure that I have seen these people before. Jack, I didn't tell you about my dream, that nightmare. My husband guessed right away. Yes, she nodded. Victoria, it seems to me that I saw the same man and boy there. Only it seemed to be later than the memories on the playground. There's a face here, Jack. It immediately became dark. Victoria, let's not try to find an explanation for your nonsense, of course. I'm not very pleased that you see some strange man in your visions. But as for the child, herself, she jumped out of bed and threw out her hands nervously. Yes, I also wanted to ask why we still don't have children. You just said that the memory could have been triggered by children playing. What did you mean? Instead of answering, the husband slowly rose from the bed, after which he calmly walked to a small cabinet with medicines and took out a syringe with a sedative. Noticing this, she stepped back. No, Jack, I don't want a sedative. Explain to me how those kids and my visions are connected. Jack, what are you doing? The young woman's eyes filled with pure horror as her husband began to advance on her, holding a ready injection in his hand. His face was completely impenetrable. Nemi, everything is fine. Don't worry. You just need to calm down a little. Look at you, you're shaking all over. Said Victoria, she retreated further and further until she finally felt something hard under her back. It was a wall. The young woman's heart filled with panic. She turned around, trying to find a way out. But at that moment, her husband suddenly grabbed her hands, making it impossible to resist. "Jack, please don't, I don't want to. I'm scared." Jackie pulled his wife to him with force and in one deft movement stuck a syringe with a sedative into her neck. "Don't be afraid, honey. Don't be afraid. Everything is fine. I will never let you go. Never. We will always be together." Before your eyes, Victoria, everything immediately floated away. The room was instantly filled with fog. When Jackie unclenched his embrace and carefully laid her on the bed, the woman looked at him with a completely blank look. "Nani, we don't have children because you're barren," the husband said, unexpectedly affectionately. "I didn't want to talk about it so as not to traumatize your already fragile psyche. However, now I see that we cannot do without it. I'll have to call you a psychotherapist tomorrow. He will prescribe you a new course of medications, and you will definitely improve everything." She didn't know what kind of drug her husband was injecting her with, but she was sure that it was definitely not a sedative, more like tranquilizers. Suddenly it flashed through the woman's head, somewhere on the farthest border of her consciousness between sleep and reality. "We also gave these to horses on our farm." Victoria, she didn't have time to grasp onto this thought, because everything around her suddenly plunged into darkness. She woke up only the next morning. Jackie wasn't nearby, so I carefully slipped into the shower to wash away the remnants of sleep in a semi-conscious state caused by strange medications. Lord, didn't I really dream all this? I thought Victoria standing in front of powerful jets of hot water. Did I really remember something that Collier didn't like, and that's why he did this to me? The woman shuddered with disgust. I remembered the terrible expression that flashed on my face Jack the moment he gave her the injection. God, he looked like he was crazy. I can't stay in this house next to him anymore. I need answers. Slipping out of the bathroom, Victoria, I got dressed and carefully went down to the first floor. The woman heard people quietly talking about something in the Victoria stood next to the high panoramic window and thoughtfully looked into the distance. There, where in the depths of her and her husband's large and flowering garden, there was a small, beautiful lake in which huge rainbow carp slowly swam. "Here, look how handsome they are," he said, hugging her. "Jack, they were bought especially for you, so that you could come here at any time and watch our family in miniature." Jack smiled and pointed out to the young woman a pair of beautiful fish moving smoothly under the glass-smooth water column. "Look, the bigger ones like me," the husband continued. "But this beauty with iridescent sides is you, Victoria, his female, his legal wife. You see how happy they are, just like you and me, Victoria." Then for a long time I looked at the majestic Pisces and thought that she too was now floating in the same way, in the middle of the unknown of her own life. And just like these carps, it does not remember itself. Legend as Wadiam slowly shifted her focus from her gaze to the reflection in the window. Tall, almost model height, slender like a tree trunk, Victoria, she had truly beautiful appearance. The platinum blonde, who turned 25 last year, looks like she stepped straight out of the pages of a fashion magazine. However, Jackie said that's how they met, like she was a model who was about to finally leave the business that was boring her, and he was a successful banker who managed several branches of one of the largest banks in the country. The husband told her that they met at some art exhibition, either dedicated to Impressionism or vice versa. It was something related to folk crafts. Jackie told her that he didn't remember exactly. I would like to remember at least something from all this, I thought to myself with bitterness. However, no matter how much the businessman's wife strained her memory, no matter how much she tried to reconstruct the events of that fateful day when she was in a terrible car accident and almost completely lost her memory, nothing I couldn't remember other than my name. Her first memory, after she finally came to her senses, was the long road home. The woman remembered the cozy interior of an expensive car in which her husband drove her to their luxurious country mansion, located in one of the most closed and carefully guarded cottage communities. Next to her in the car sat a middle-aged woman dressed in a chic three-piece sky blue suit. Her hair was perfectly styled, and her makeup could have been the envy of the Queen of England herself. The lady looked to be about 50, but she had a figure like that of Hollywood stars. Fit, slender, with a minimum number of wrinkles on a beautiful but slightly cold face. It later turned out that it was the mother Jack Zoe. The banker's mother owned a large spa complex, so in matters of youth and beauty she really had no equal, at least in their city. After they arrived home, Jack Zoe told her in more detail about what happened to her. Funny, "It's normal that you feel a little lost," her husband explained to her. "The accident you and your driver got into was simply monstrous. The driver died on the spot, and you—" Jackie hesitated, as if it was hard for him to talk about it, and he did not know how to choose the right words so as not to shock his already confused wife. Finally, he said, "They literally put you back together piece by piece. Your brain was severely damaged, and after doctors performed several complex operations, you had to be put into an artificial. Otherwise, you simply wouldn't have survived, my dear." Zoe, who was sitting right there, just silently lowered her eyes and put her palm to her forehead, as if she herself suddenly felt bad from the surge of worries for her daughter-in-law. "You were in a coma for almost 6 months. She said quietly, "My son visited you every day in the hope that your condition would finally improve enough to wake you up. However, at first, doctors did not give positive prognoses. They said that the chances of making it through were simply scanty. And you could, Victoria, you have conquered death. Well done." When Zoe Konstantinovna looked again at Victoria, there were tears in her eyes. She immediately approached her daughter-in-law and sincerely hugged her. Victoria, there was no choice but to respond to this gesture with a much less tight hug of his own. "I've been waiting for you so much," Victoria said, meanwhile Jack. And he also wiped tears from the corners of his eyes. "You just can't imagine how long I've been waiting. Mom says it right. Even the doctors despaired. But I still believed that you would come back to me. Honey, thank God that's what happened. Now you are home and I will never let you suffer again." The young woman looked at her husband, and for a tiny moment, it suddenly seemed to her that she had already heard something like that. But it was under completely different circumstances, and which ones, alas, she did not remember at all. She herself felt as if she had slept for several decades in a row, and when she woke up, she found herself in a completely different time and place than where she had once fallen asleep. The woman was haunted by a constant feeling of lethargy and physical weakness, and everything around her seemed somehow completely different from what it should have been. "Thank you. Thanks to both of you," he answered slowly, Victoria, and the mother-in-law finally released her from her two strong hands. The young woman smiled faintly and added to her husband, "I must be very lucky to have such a sensitive and caring family. I will try to remember you, and everything that happened before this terrible accident. I promise." Zoe, my son, and I quickly looked at each other, but the next second, a happy smile flashed on the face of the husband and mother-in-law. "Of course, darling," the woman sang, taking her hand. "We have no doubt about it. Jack will help you fill in all the gaps that have formed in your memory after the coma. To be honest, we have already prepared a little for this. So, once you are completely ready to start, just tell us, do you live with us?" The mother-in-law was taken aback for a moment, as if she did not expect such tactlessness from her daughter-in-law. But then, realizing that this was just an ordinary question, Zoe softened. "That's right, dear me, and you and our Jack, we all live together in this wonderful house. I'll keep an eye on you if you don't mind," she said, looking carefully at her daughter-in-law. "Jack, we are at work all day. In addition, he is often sent on business trips, including abroad. I think it will be better this way." Victoria turned a questioning glance from her to her husband, and he confirmed his mother's words. "Darling, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. I'm taking some time off now, but I'll have to go back to the office in a couple of weeks. I want to be absolutely sure that nothing happens to you while I'm not home. Mom kindly agreed to help me with this, although her worries are beyond the roof. I'm sure you and Mom will have a great time together. Even before the accident, you were inseparable, real girlfriends." Jack laughed a low, pure laugh while looking at his mother as if he was looking for her support. She didn't keep herself waiting, and Zoe I laughed too. "Of course, you and I will discuss so many things. We will prepare so many delicious things. You won't be bored with me, that's for sure." Mother-in-law patted softly Victoria on the hand, but it seemed to her that the woman did this too feignedly, as if talking about their friendship. The husband nevertheless embellished the true words somewhat, Zoe and her attitude one way or another. But then she did not say anything, but only gave her loved ones another weak smile. "She is really very tired, and the only thing she really wanted at that moment was just to get some sleep." Related Victoria did not resist the Desiree Victoria and took her to the room designated for. Almost a year has passed since that moment, but the young woman has not advanced one iota in her numerous attempts to remember life before the moment of the accident. It's as if someone deliberately separated these two halves with an invisible line, and everything that came before was irretrievably lost. Her husband helped her as best he could, showing her a wedding album, which contained many photographs of both the celebration itself and afterwards from their everyday life. Here they are, happy and incredibly beautiful, posing for a photographer surrounded by 24 friends. Victoria. She wore a gorgeous designer dress the color of baked milk, completely embroidered with silk and silver crystals that folded into a whimsical and slightly reminiscent of Scandinavian patterns. "You are so beautiful here." Kissing his wife, he whispered Jack. I just gently dodged. She was not yet ready to get closer to her husband the way he would like. Too little time had passed, and she had not yet had time to get used to him again or feel the feelings that had connected them, as he claimed, for 3 long years. "I'm sorry," she said quietly, Victoria, but the husband did not seem to hear this, continuing to try to establish closer communication with his wife. He tried to hug her, but the woman pulled away more insistently. "No, Jack, please, I can't, but I love you," he answered her stupidly, slightly upset Jack by his face. The woman realized that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, and now all he could do was look back at their wedding photos in disappointment. "Okay," he said dryly, "but did you remember anything? And you can't hide from me forever. After all, I'm your husband. You don't need to be afraid of me. Maybe if we started living together again, as before, you would quickly be able not only to remember, but also to feel for me the same love that I feel for you every day." Victoria, I felt bad at heart. She really wanted all those wonderful, sublime feelings he spoke about to return to her memory, Jack. But looking at the multicolored photographs, she felt absolutely nothing, anyone, even the slightest glimpse of memory. By Victoria, she was terribly ashamed. "That's what I thought," said the husband in a much colder tone. "Sometimes it seems to me that you don't even try to remember anything. I understand this is hard for you, but you could just try to trust me in your mom, since your memory still doesn't want to come back to you. Look at your right hand." Victoria obediently stared at her right hand, where her wedding ring with a huge pink diamond was on her ring finger. Jackie caught her glance and nodded curtly. "You see, I gave you this ring on the day I proposed to you. You were happy to receive it. So happy that she immediately told me yes." Jack? She tried to justify herself, but her husband motioned for her to shut up. "Please let me finish," he said, and a mournful expression instantly spread across his face. "You don't remember now, but you and I have always been part of one whole. We loved each other so much that we even wrote special vows for each other for our wedding." Jackie looked for something in my wife's toilet cabinet and took out a large envelope. Inside was a sheet of coated paper neatly folded in half. On the sheet of paper was a love letter typed on a typewriter, in which Victoria explained her feelings to her future husband. "Here, read this carefully," her husband asked. "If this doesn't bring back even a little memory of how happy we were, then I'm asking no, I'm begging you, just take my word for it. I love you more than anything in the world, and it will always be that way." With these words, the man left his wife's room, leaving her alone with the wedding vows and his far from rosy thoughts. Victoria, I read the message to my husband and cried. She cried because she couldn't remember either how she wrote it or what she felt. The oath was truly beautiful. So pure, so sincere. Lord, why? I don't remember any of this. I asked both myself and God the same question. Why can't I love my husband again and remember him? Her mother-in-law's advice didn't help either. Although they cooked together in the spacious kitchen and went out into the city together to visit the places that, as she assured her, Zoe loved most of all, it was all useless. Inside of Victoria, it was as if there was a huge stone wall that did not allow her to look into the depths of her own memory and remember everything. Where in Victoria, she was not left alone for a minute. Either her mother-in-law or herself was. My husband and I went to the city to unwind a couple of times a week. There, they went shopping and to restaurants. Or Jack tried to spend time with his wife, visiting theaters, cinema, and exhibitions. She was very grateful to her husband for his work, but did not understand why she could not do everything the same, but on her own, without his presence. The woman wanted a little freedom, personal space. She hoped unsuccessfully that if she could be alone with her thoughts, then her memory might return to her much faster. No, honey, that's impossible. Repeated to her over and over again, Jack. You are still too weak and cannot fully control yourself. What if you get some kind of dizziness? Or, God forbid, will you completely lose consciousness and fall into a coma again? God, darling, I won't survive this. You know, but I'll still have to go out in public alone sooner or later. You can't lock me in our house forever. Just thinking about it immediately made me shudder. She suddenly realized that it turns out she couldn't stand closed spaces and loneliness. But seeing his wife's reaction to his words, he instantly became nervous with irritation. The corner of his eye even twitched. "What's happened? Did you remember something?" he asked somehow strangely. "No," she answered. "Why are you asking?" Bend immediately relaxed noticeably and said more softly, "I thought you felt something new." Maybe she remembered how you and I already argued in a similar way. Victoria shook her head negatively. "Not really, but you're right. I realized that I couldn't be alone for too long. Then something seemed to push the woman from within, and she looked carefully at her husband, Jack, and why during all this time none of my friends ever called me? Do I have no friends? The phone number you gave me, there is no one in the contact list except you and Zoe. What about my parents? Where are they, Jack?" There were so many questions that Jack involuntarily began to walk around the room where they were talking. It was just one of those evenings when they were planning to go to the premiere of the Capitals play, which was touring their city. The man noticeably perked up and kept tugging at his cuffs in excitement, pretending to adjust his emerald cufflinks. "What is it, dear?" "I didn't understand, Victoria. Is there something you haven't told me yet?" "Jack, I will not leave here until I find out the whole truth." Jackie looked nervously at his wife, and in her soul there was an unpleasant feeling, a feeling that they were clearly hiding something from her. "It's just that you've chosen the wrong time for this conversation," he finally said. "Jack, we're going to the theater now, and you're here about your parents and friends. Let's talk later." I felt a sudden attack of anger and irritation. She stomped her foot hard on the carpet. "But I want to know, have pity on me. I've been living in the dark for a year now and don't know who I am or what I am. I didn't ask because I thought it would be too hard for me and because I thought I would remember everything on my own. But nothing works. I don't know what to do next, how to get my memory back." Victoria, she felt herself begin to shake. She was clearly starting to get hysterical. And my husband, fortunately, also understood this. Jack jumped up to Victoria and hugged her tightly, trying to warm her and calm her trembling. It was like a stretched ringing string. She couldn't control her own body. He stroked his wife. "That's what I was talking about. It's too early for you to be alone. I was hoping you could remember bits and pieces of the main thing." Then sat her down on the bed and said in a soft but sad voice, "Your parents, they died long ago. It was a hiking accident. Your mom and dad were mountain lovers and often kayaked in wild river areas. One day their boat couldn't withstand one of the rapids and capsized. She looked at her husband with red eyes from tears. "Did they drown?" He nodded sadly and stroked Victoria on the cheek. "The river was very cold, and in those places the current was very strong. Their death was inevitable. I'm sorry, honey, I'm so sorry." Victoria burst into tears and buried her face in her husband's shoulder. "Lord, what a nightmare. Oh, how long ago did this happen?" "Oh, a long time ago, honey. You were only 20 then. You told me about it yourself." Jack gently stroked his wife's head and whispered soothing words into her ear. Then he said carefully, "As for your friends, I bought you a new phone because your previous one was broken during an accident. There are no other contacts in it since I didn't want anyone to bother you again during your rehabilitation." Victoria, she calmed down a little and, wiping her tears, "Exactly. But I didn't even think about it. I'm sorry, Jack. I am very ashamed that I could think badly of you. I really decided that you wanted to hide something from me." The husband just smiled affectionately and suggested, "If you want to meet your friends, then so be it. I'll tell them your new number. But just be sure to stay in touch. When I walk, I need to know that you're okay, you know?" Nodded. This news made her feel a little lighter. "Well, that's nice," the husband said contentedly. "You know, I changed my mind about going to the theater today. I think we've had enough emotions for this evening. Let me give you the sedative the doctor prescribed, and then we'll go to bed early. Is that okay?" I thought about it and agreed. "She really is very emotional about you." The husband assured her that he was not at all offended by his wife's suspicion, like he understands everything. Still, living without a past is such stress. Having given my wife an injection, Jack breathed out a sigh of relief when she fell into a blissful sleep within a few minutes. That evening, he realized for the first time that he was with Victoria. There is still a long way to go before she finally comes to terms with the fact that her true place is in this house and in his, and only his, heart. That same night, Victoria saw a very strange dream, which later I could not get out of my head. In that dream, she couldn't understand where exactly she was, since everything around her was engulfed in bright orange flashes, and the woman herself could not breathe, normally because of the smoke that had entered her lungs. Better and acrid. This smoke enveloped all the objects that the businessman's wife tried to reach in a fruitless attempt to save them from the approaching flame. I felt the ever-increasing heat on my skin, but did not see a way out of the smoky space. Then, as if out of nowhere, two blurry figures appeared in front of her. I couldn't see exactly what they looked like, but I felt that one of them, the taller one, was a man, and the second, very small, clearly belonged to a child. Victoria, I heard a strong male voice ahead. "Where are you, Victoria?" The voice repeated her name over and over again. She didn't try to quickly shout, "I'm here," but not a single sound escaped her throat. In desperation, the woman grabbed her own neck and suddenly heard a piercing, childish voice, "Mom, Mommy," and she began to rush around in the blinding, fiery fog, trying to reach, or at least get closer to those ghostly figures that were calling her. She understood in her soul that she definitely needed to give them a sign that she was here, that she was alive, and that everything was fine with her. However, the blurry silhouettes moved further away the closer I tried to get to Victoria. Finally, experiencing a surge of inhuman despair, the woman screamed into the void, watching the figures move away and dissolve in the smoke. Wait. Please don't leave me here. No, I want to come to you." "Wake up," called her Jack, and at that moment the woman opened her huge blue eyes. It turned out that she was still lying in her bed and her husband was sitting next to her, bending over her and forcefully shaking her shoulders so that she would wake up. Anxiety and sadness were clearly visible on the husband's face. "Great. What's wrong with you? What did you see?" Wife, not yet fully awakened from what she had seen, just shook her head and pulled her husband's hands away from her. "Reese, everything is fine, Jack. Nothing. I just had a nightmare." The young woman regained her breath with difficulty and looked tenderly at her husband. "Mel, don't worry. Give me a couple of minutes. My t-shirts." Victoria turned on her other side, trying to cope with the feelings that rushed over her. What she saw in the dream was so vivid and realistic that the woman could not move away from the thought that it could very well be a memory. Just what? And why didn't she see in this strange dream Jack, as if he had nothing to do with it at all? "Are you sure you don't need sedatives? I could get you some pills if you want." Looked at her husband with outright surprise. "Are you serious, honey? Do you want to turn me into a vegetable?" Jack danced for a moment, but laughed lightly and threw a pillow at him. "Yes, I was just joking, fool. Of course I don't mean anything like that." "Well, really, it's just a bad dream. There is no need to take pills every time I feel emotions." Jackie smiled, but somehow not joyfully, as if he felt guilty about something. However, quickly pretending that nothing had happened, he invited his beloved wife to drink coffee together, even baked cheesecakes for us today before rushing off to work. As long as I have lived, I am always amazed at her amazing ability to combine the talents of a housewife and a businesswoman. God, how embarrassing. Pressing her hands to her face, she said, "Victoria, it was I who had to get up early and prepare everything. Instead, you also have to strain your mother in the kitchen." Jackie just waved his hand, after which he tenderly kissed his wife on the cheek. "You just don't know her as I do. In fact, all this amateur activity with pots has always been a joy for her. Before my father died, she was an ordinary housewife for a long time, raised me, looked after my dad when he came home from work, and then, when her father died of a heart attack, she took the business seriously. Dad left us some inheritance. She used this money to open her first beauty salon." Victoria looked at her husband with sincere interest. This was the first time he had told her so openly about his family. "I was still just a boy then, about 17 years old. At first, I couldn't accept this new form of my mother. And then she clearly explained to me that in this life you need to fight for yours to the end, gnawing it with your teeth, but not giving it to anyone. So I first entered college at the Faculty of Economics, and then got a job in a bank. But gradually I became one of the people and met you." Jack hugged with tenderness Victoria, and she allowed herself to be kissed for real. At some point, the woman thought that the dream she had was really just a meaningless nightmare. A couple of hours later, when the husband was already getting ready for work, the phone of Victoria suddenly burst out an insistent third. Looking at the screen, the woman was surprised to find that they were calling her from an unknown number. "Pick up the phone," he advised her. Jack throwing his jacket over his shoulders. "I'm sure you're happy about who's calling you." "Really? raised her eyebrows and answered the incoming call. It's you." An unfamiliar female voice squealed on the phone. "Yes," said Victoria. "And who speaks?" Line said. There was a second pause at the other end of the line, after which the same thin voice said offendedly, "Jack, of course. He said that you have problems with your memory, but so much so." Victoria looked at her husband again with the question, "Who is this?" But he just winked at her and pointed to his watch. "I'm in a hurry," he whispered with one lips. They hanged themselves there. After this, the husband went to work with a satisfied look, leaving Victoria in complete confusion. And she remembered that Zoe should come home in half an hour, check on her, and see if everything is okay. So, who should she have fun with, her mother-in-law or the one who's literally tearing her phone to pieces? The caller continued to attack Victoria endless questions. "Listen, don't you seriously remember us? It is me, Enan, your best friend. U.S. Jackie said that you can't get close to you while you're being treated. During this time, we were all exhausted. And yesterday he writes to us and tells us to drag you into the city. No, well, you always had a Miss Spontaneity. Sorry, of course, for such frankness. I can't stop. I tried to pacify my interlocutor. Do you want to say that you and I were once friends before the accident? I mean, are you my best friend?" Confused by the appearance of another person in her life, whom she did not remember at all, she suggested a mate in the city center, in the very cafe where they usually liked to go with her husband. The woman wanted to talk to this girl and try to remember her. Still, this one insisted that they had known each other for many years. However, the meeting with my friend was not impressive. Victoria, to say the least, disappointed. Not only did she remember absolutely nothing of the things that this girl told her about, but she also turned out to be an extremely unpleasant girl in her own right. I couldn't believe that I trusted this nasty and envious girl with all my secrets. Yes, she would never share it with such a gossip. While they were sitting in the cafe, she managed to wash the bones of all of their mutual friends. And although half of them, Victoria, didn't even see her, she was offended that, and like this, without hesitation, he throws mud at everyone. "So you're saying that you and I work together in the modeling business?" I asked at some point. Victoria interrupted her endless dirty tirade, and paused for a second as if her internal computer was having a hard time processing this simple question. Finally, an uncertain smile appeared on her face. "Yes? And don't you remember our shows in Milan? How we discussed this famous model? She looks so beautiful in all the magazines, but in reality she is fat. I'm still amazed at what these agents saw in her." After all, the natural one was scary. Anne laughed unpleasantly, revealing her big white teeth. She continued thoughtfully, stirring the remains of her milkshake in a tall glass with a straw. "Who do I love more, dogs or cats?" I asked again. "What?" Flapping her long, thickly painted eyelashes, her friend stared at her. "And what do cats have to do with it?" Victoria looked at the girl carefully. "But this is such a simple question. You say you've known me almost since school. Then you can't help but know which animals I love more. All best friends answer such questions with ease, especially when some of them have memory problems." What I definitely didn't expect was that, and suddenly, out of the blue, he pulls out his mobile phone and starts hysterically writing something to someone in it. What are you doing?" I asked her with a smile. She wouldn't be surprised if then she was posting some nasty stuff about her on the internet, but she didn't care at all. She just wanted to understand what was going on here. And she finished fiddling with her smartphone and with a changing grin, obviously intended to depict a smile, said, I was urgently called here for filming. I would be glad to chat with you more, but unlike you, I don't have a rich husband, so I have to work hard. Yes." Anne quickly jumped up from the table and sent Victoria a kiss. "Don't be upset. We'll definitely chat again later. And then, you see, you'll feel better. Tayo, dear, in touch." With these words, the red-haired gossip fled from the cafe like a bright but stupid butterfly. I couldn't get rid of the thought that with this in there was something wrong. Well, it can't be that she chose such a mercantile person as her friend. Besides, she definitely didn't know the answer to her question. And all this fuss with the phone. Yes, she was just looking for an excuse to quickly leave and not continue to dive into slippery topics. But what could this mean? Victoria were at a loss. She had too many questions about her own past, and she had not yet received an answer to any of them. Hearing her own phone vibrate in her purse, the woman immediately picked up the phone. "Hello, honey. How are you?" I asked Jack, who called her from work. To be honest, not really, his wife admitted to him. I didn't like it at all. What kind of friend is this, who has only clothes and gossip on her mind? Is it true? There was tension in the husband's voice. You don't have to communicate with her if you want. I just thought it would be useful for you to be with old acquaintances. You said it yourself. Yes, I remember she hastened to reassure him. It's just that this meeting turned out to be not at all as sincere as I imagined. I'm going home, no Zoe already there. I could cook us all something original for dinner tonight. They chatted a little more about household chores, after which she hung up and walked home. She wanted to take a little walk to be alone with her thoughts and just relax in silence. Weather that day was simply wonderful. Spring was in full swing. Apple trees were blooming everywhere. The flower beds were full of blooming flowers. A sea of floral herbal aromas floated in the air, and Victoria lingered for a couple of minutes in one of the courtyards near the playground, looking at the little happy children playing in the sandbox. I felt a surge of incredible melancholy. What a pity that Kolya and I don't have our own baby. This is how I could now sit and watch our son or daughter. Maybe my soul would then feel much calmer. The young woman sat down on the bench watching the children with pleasure. Some of them were swinging happily on the swings, while their mothers looked away with a proud look. Victoria. Here, they say, look, envy how happy we are growing. Suddenly, she felt her hands and feet suddenly become cold. Something seemed to switch in the young woman's head, and she clearly, as if in reality, saw herself in her arms with a small child. Lines of the newborn snored sweetly. His eyes were closed. He slept. At that moment, I was absolutely sure that I was holding my own son in my arms. However, her vision did not end there. The woman felt strong and gentle arms hug her shoulders, turned around to look at the child's father, and it was he, and to her great amazement, she saw in front of her not at all Jack. A tall, broad-shouldered, handsome man with deep dark green eyes and golden hair did not fit with the image of her husband. Jack was a stocky brunette, slender, but slightly taller than herself. This same stranger looked like he was a hero from an old fairy tale. She didn't know either the beautiful man or the child she was holding in her arms, but she was sure that both of them had the most direct relation to her. But Jackie's, there's still something she's not telling her. Is it possible that before him Victoria was there another? But then where are they? What happened to them? Intrigued, Victoria immediately hurried home. She eagerly awaited her husband's return so she could talk to him about her vision. Zoe, seeing how worried she was, she herself became nervous. Having seated her daughter-in-law in the kitchen, she tried to quickly ask her about what happened and how the meeting with her friend went. However, Victoria, at that moment, I was by no means in the mood for a sincere conversation with my mother-in-law. Maybe I can help you with something. Looking in Victoria in the eyes, asked the businesswoman. I'm afraid that only Jack. You. She sighed. I need to talk to him very seriously. A shadow ran across the woman's face, the nature of which was impossible to determine. The young woman referred to the fact that she needed rest, after which she went upstairs to her room. That evening, when Jack came back home, Victoria immediately called him over and honestly told him about her sudden memory. After listening to his wife, the businessman was a little confused at first, but quickly pulled himself together. I was amazed at how quickly the reactions on his face changed. In a few moments, she managed to discern surprise, anger, confusion, and then an imperturbable calmness that hid all other feelings underneath. My DSCMG, darling, listen to me very carefully. The husband began, placing his wife on the bed. What you are talking about is impossible, but why? She looked at him incomprehensibly. Jack, I feel that these people are somehow connected to me very strongly, these emotions, this image. It was so real, so familiar. If there is something that I don't know about myself, you just have to tell me everything. Jack, he covered his face with his hands, as if trying to isolate himself from his own feelings. The doctors warned me that such consequences were possible, he said slowly. You've been in a coma for too long, and part of your brain still remains not fully restored. Now, what do you mean, Jack? I asked him again. What is wrong with me? The husband looked at her with sadness, even some guilt. Forgive me, I should have told you about everything earlier. Now, what are you talking about? Can you explain? The husband carefully took Victoria by the hands. No hallucinations. The doctor said that this is how the consequences of a coma can manifest themselves. Victoria, she couldn't immediately comprehend what her husband was telling her. When it dawned on her, she shook her head negatively. No, Jack, no. The fact of the matter is that it was not a figment of my imagination. I'm sure I saw part of my past, but I cannot understand when it was and who these people are to me. Jack looked at his wife with inexpressible regret. Honey, it happens sometimes. Perhaps you experienced a powerful emotional shock when you looked at your children. So your mind tried to deceive you, to pass off wishful thinking as reality. No, she continued to persist. I know for sure that I've seen these people before. Jack, I didn't tell you about my dreams, that nightmare. My husband guessed right away. Yeah, she nodded. Victoria, it seems to me that I saw the same man and boy there. Only it seemed to be later than the memories on the playground. There's a face here. Jack, it immediately became dark. Victoria, let's not try to find an explanation for your nonsense. Of course, I'm not very pleased that you see some strange man in your visions. But as for the child, she jumped out of bed and threw out her hands nervously. Yes, I also wanted to ask why we still don't have children. You just said that the memory could have been triggered by children playing. What did you mean? Instead of answering, the husband slowly rose from the bed, after which he calmly walked to a small cabinet with medicines and took out a syringe with a sedative. Noticing this, she stepped back. No, Jack, I don't want a sedative. Explain to me how those kids in my visions are connected. Jack, what are you doing? The young woman's eyes filled with pure horror as her husband began to advance on her, holding a ready injection in his hand. His face was completely impenetrable. Honey, everything is fine, don't worry. You just need to calm down a little. Look at you, you're shaking all over. Victoria, she retreated further and further until she finally felt something hard under her back. It was a wall. The young woman's heart filled with panic. She turned around trying to find a way out. But at that moment, her husband suddenly grabbed her hands, making it impossible to resist. Jack, please don't. I don't want to. I'm scared. Jackie pulled his wife to him with force and in one deft movement stuck a syringe with a sedative into her neck. Don't be afraid, honey. Don't be afraid. Everything is fine. I will never let you go. Never. We will always be together. Before your eyes, Victoria. Everything immediately floated away. The room was instantly filled with fog. When Jackie unclenched his embrace and carefully laid her on the bed, the woman looked at him with a completely blank look. Honey, we don't have children because you're barren. The husband said unexpectedly, affectionately. I didn't want to talk about it so as not to traumatize your already fragile psyche. However, now I see that we cannot do without it. I'll have to call you a psychotherapist tomorrow. He will prescribe you a new course of medications, and you will definitely improve everything. She didn't know what kind of drug her husband was injecting her with, but she was sure that it was definitely not a sedative. More like tranquilizers. Suddenly, it flashed through the woman's head, somewhere on the farthest border of consciousness between sleep and reality. We also gave these to horses on our farm. Victoria, she didn't have time to grasp onto this thought because everything around her suddenly plunged into darkness. She woke up only the next morning. Jackie wasn't near, so I carefully slipped into the shower to wash away the remnants of sleep in a semi-conscious state caused by strange medications. Lord, didn't I really dream all this? I thought Victoria standing in front of powerful jets of hot water. Did I really remember something that Khalid didn't like? And that's why he did this to me. The woman shuddered with disgust. I remember the terrible expression that flashed on my face, Jack, the moment he gave her the injection. God, he looked like he was crazy. I can't stay in this house next to him anymore. I need answers. Slipping out of the bathroom, Victoria, I got dressed and carefully went down to the first floor. The woman heard people quietly talking about something in the
John, the head of Comtech, a new computer technology and development company, was driving home after a day's work. Things weren't going well at his firm. There had been crises in the work before. The rise was replaced by a fall, but it had never been so bad. So his thoughts were on one thing. Why was his company losing money? Why the previously prosperous company began to lose orders? So many complaints about their products had never been. What happened? These thoughts did not give him peace. Everyone has problems in life. Some solve them easily, and some run away from them, thinking that everything will work itself out. That's exactly what Veronica thought, running away from her common-law husband. Having hastily packed a suitcase of her and her children's things, she went, as they call it, wherever she looked. "Mommy," a cool light shouted little Tom. "Come on, Green." He pulled her by the hand. Veronica reached the middle of the road and felt that she was falling. Her legs shook, her eyes darkened, but she did not let go of the child's hand. So as she fell, she pulled him with her. John's gaze lingered on her as she began to cross the road. She was tall, too thin for her height, and he didn't like that kind of woman. She was pulling a huge suitcase like a truck and wouldn't let go of the child's small hand. He could barely keep up with the woman's wide strides. While John watched her, the woman had collapsed onto the pavement and was now lying in the middle of the road with the baby crying and screaming for mommy. John was confused for a moment, then jumped out onto the road and picked up the woman and carried her into the passenger compartment of the car. Picked up the suitcase, the baby, and took her to his house. In such situations, one had to think fast, so he called a doctor friend and asked him to come to him urgently. "What's your name, baby?" "Tom." "I'm Uncle John." "You know your mom's name?" "Yeah, Veronica." "Veronica?" "Yes." "You can't spell." "Yes, I can, but my mom says I'll learn." "Sure you will." I couldn't say R either, and then I learned. "Uncle John, what about my mom?" "I don't know, kid. The doctor's gonna take a look at her and tell us." Jack, an internist of the highest caliber, arrived almost at the same time as the owner of the house. John carried Veronica into the house and put her on the couch. After washing his hands, the doctor began to examine the woman, and lifting her dress, he saw huge bruises on the inner thighs. There were bruises on her neck and arms, and it was clear that the woman had been abused. "John, I think she's been raped. I'll need to see her at the clinic and get her tested." "What's taking her so long to wake up?" She's just having trouble opening her eyes." "Veronica, can you walk?" I was having a hard time with her words." "You didn't answer my question." She tried to get up from the couch, but as soon as her feet hit the hard floor and her body straightened, her head started to spin again, and the doctor put her back down. Dr. Jack managed to get Veronica into his car. She resisted. She wanted to take the baby with her, but John was able to convince her that Tom would be fine. Her eyes were filled with fear. She knew it was wrong, but her strength was failing her. Back at the house, John's attention was drawn to Veronica's bag. Opening it, he saw a passport. Veronica, 27 years old. She was 35 now, but she didn't look so good. Little Tom was quiet and sat on the couch where his mom had just been lying. "Come on, baby. Let's get something to eat. What do you like?" "I like everything. Mommy's a good cook." "How old are you?" He saw the year of birth in the passport, but there must be something to talk about. "I'm this old," and he showed me all the fingers on his right hand. "That's right, you'll be 5 soon, man," John said with a smile. "Do you like mashed potatoes?" "Yes, that's good. I have an aunt who knows how to cook very well. Look what cutlets and mashed potatoes." The child looked into the deep frying pan and said, "It smells good." The boy ate very carefully and even knew how to use a knife, which surprised the man. "Who taught you how to use a knife?" "My dad. His name is Jacob." "I see. So you're Tom?" "No, I'm Tom." John had never dealt with such small children. He had never had any of his own, though he had always dreamed of a large and close-knit family. But it didn't work out. Ignoring the advice of his parents about the chosen girl for the role of spouse, he got married at the age of 22. Had to rent an apartment, a lot of work and moonlighting. But even this money, his Veronica, was not enough. Endlessly pouting lips, bad moods, and telling him off like a boy. It became so familiar and habitual that John stopped paying attention to it. If you're married, you're obliged to provide for your wife. I'm not saying no, but why shouldn't a wife help her husband? Go to work and supplement the family budget. Yes, Veronica wondered, that's not why I got married. And what for? I'm curious to know. To live at my own pleasure, not to work for pennies from morning till night. That was the last straw. I'll give you that opportunity. He packed up his things and left the keys to his rented apartment and left for good. She followed him for another 6 months and asked him to come back, but it took him 2 years to realize that his parents were right. He saw her again when he opened his company and became not rich, but the money appeared. Nick's nose was right. "John, let's try it again. Let's start over." Try, but not with me." Veronica was in the clinic for a week. Jack gave her a cell phone so she could see her Tom every night. He played in a room with lots of toys, was cheerful, and most importantly, healthy. Thank you so much, John. I'll never pay you back. Oh, come on. I'm glad I could help. And you got a great kid. He's trying to save the hours, so maybe by the time you leave the clinic, he'll be a surprise. She was crying and couldn't say a word. They put the baby in daycare. John would drop him off in the morning, and Lana, a good, kind woman who lived next door to her daughter's family, would pick him up. Although Veronica saw her son every day, all sorts of thoughts came into her head. She had to restrain herself from these thoughts. She needed strength to recover, so she had to think about good things. John's appearance in her life had shifted her idea of people in her brain, because living in her husband's house, she had lost her faith in kindness. The clock was already midnight. It was the last night in the clinic. She could not sleep. There were so many emotions inside. It was necessary to solve many problems. With housing, with work, with kindergarten. There are many questions. There are no answers to any of them, but she will try to do everything for the sake of her son. All the same, sleep took her in its tender embrace, and only in the morning, a young nurse woke her up to give her the last injection. Meeting Veronica from the hospital was John and his son. It seemed to her that Tom had grown and gotten better. Mom, I missed you. I missed you too, son. Mommy, Uncle John taught me how to say fish, cancer, frame, radio. John smiled. He liked that boy. Thanks, John, for everything. Glad I could help. John, please take us to the hotel and I'll start looking for an apartment tomorrow. I'll pick up your stuff later, okay? How about this? You'll look for an apartment in my house. I don't want to drag the kid around to hotels. Then he has to go to kindergarten tomorrow. His teachers praise him. He's already found a girlfriend there. Son, don't make any decisions without your mom. Uncle John says a man should be independent and reliable. Oh, you guys are getting serious. I'll talk to you later. Yeah, let's go home. The table was set. Tom was getting the hang of it. He knew his way around. He felt at home. Lunch turned into dinner and my son fell asleep in Veronica's arms. She put him to bed and returned to the table. Is everything all right? John asked, looking into the woman's eyes. Everything is just fine, Veronica replied, running her palm through his hair, then over his face, bringing a smile to John's face. He's learned to play gadgets and he can spell the letter R now. He really wanted to be home in time for you to come home from the clinic. This is really a surprise to me. Thank you. How did you get him into daycare? I know it's not easy. Lana's daughter, who picked him up from daycare, is the supervisor. It's simple. There was silence for a moment. Veronica spoke first. You probably want to know what happened to me. She looked at John, of course. You must know who you let into the house. But I don't think we can do it in one evening. You'll have to stay at my place with my son. Well, if you're not too bored with us. Not at all. I was born and raised in the country. You may have noticed that I'm tall. That's great. Probably only in the village they called me Kolomenskaya Versta, or fireman's messenger, whoever liked it. I didn't pay much attention, but I was a little offended. Boys were shy to approach me because they were all shorter than me. My parents were simple people. My dad worked on a tractor. My mom was a milkmaid. She worked from morning till night, so my grandmother brought me up. She was the only one who knew what they called me at school. I'll never get married like that, Grandma. Who needs such a pole? Don't be in a hurry. At the right time, the right man will find you. I believed my grandmother, and when I met Jacob, Tom's father, I thought my grandmother's words were prophetic. He did find me. After high school, I went to the county seat and went to college to become a model designer. I've always been an excellent draftsman. Skinny, long, but as I grew up, I gained meat, rounded out, and in college, they started calling me a model. What have you forgotten in this college, said the girls in the group. With your height and figure should go to modeling. So after graduating from college, I went to New York. Casting passed and began to work as a model. It was hard work, I was tired, but they loved me in the sense that it was easy to sew on me. It was at one of these shows that Jacob saw me, and it was a siege. He was 10 years older than me, handsome, dressed expensively, but I was afraid of him. He looked like a bandit. No, not the knife-wielding kind, but the kind of gangster they call a businessman now. He had a fiery temper, and it was better not to get under his hot hand. And I've been hit more than once. That's why I was afraid of him. He never suggested marriage, but he provided for me. And when Tom was born, he was glad. I thought that was happiness. I just never got to see the real happiness. I tried to leave several times, but immediately I remembered hard times, debts, lack of money. My friend kept whispering in my ear, "You're a fool, Veronica. Everyone envies you. Such a man paid attention, wanted a child from you, and you? Remember, my dear, that figure, breast, and everything that you have on your face is temporary. And this temporary comes so quickly that it becomes scary, and you are in the group of divorcees rushing. Take into account, you are a special divorcee with an extra, such not every man will pull and in general will want to pull, who meets someone else's kid and not put off leaving every time. But this time was the last straw. Did he rape you?" John asked a question and regretted it at once because Veronica shrank, her hands shook, and the answer to the man was silence, oppressive, sepulchral, pressing like a tombstone. "Did he rape you?" John asked the question and regretted it immediately because Veronica clenched, her hands shook, and the man's answer was silence, oppressive, sepulchral, pressing like a tombstone. The eyes of a frightened woman looked up at him. She clasped her trembling fingers around the hot mug, from which there was a pleasant tea aroma, and taking in more air, wanted to answer his question, but she didn't. "Whatever you tell me now, I won't run away with my heels clicking. I'll help you if I can. You're safe here. This is my home, and only the person I want here can enter it. I apologize for the situation on the road," and she's blushing. Come on, no one is immune to asshole violence. Only the last asshole would raise his hand to a woman. I always thought that, besides hands sure of strength, a man should have a heart. That a man should take the initiative. We've completely forgotten the age of romance. Now it is not fashionable to invite on a date, to the movies on the last row, treat ice cream. You go straight to, she looked at John, and he did not avert his gaze. Many of her statements he agreed with. He watched her nervously walk around the table, sipping sips of her long, cool tea. She was indeed a tall girl. If he was 6 feet tall, she was about 10 centimeters shorter. Very thin, but it didn't affect her face. She had the right shape. Her eyebrows may be a little thicker than today's fashionistas wear, but those freckles could drive any man crazy. Blue eyes. Her nose was a little upturned, like Tom's, and her lips were her own, without silicone. Her hair was in a ponytail now, but when he carried her into the house, after she'd fallen, it had spread out on the pillow. It was long and heavy, but she was a dyed blonde. Not a beauty, but very pleasant and far from shallow. When he woke up from his thoughts, she was silent. It was obvious she was gathering her thoughts. Jacob went to the season opening at the fashion house. There were a lot of people, all dressed up in beautiful outfits, the men in strict suits with bow ties. Champagne was flowing, music was playing loudly, laughter was heard from everywhere. For some reason, I was not worried. Probably I did not understand the degree of responsibility that the fashion designers and the management of the fashion house had put on us. The show was excellent, which I did not doubt. We were all given a bonus, and I remember I used it to buy warm boots. At the second show, I noticed a man sitting on the front row. He caught my eye because he was wearing dark glasses. His hair to hair and lightly unshaven. I noted to myself that he was an interesting man, but when this interesting man met me at the exit and offered to get into his car, which looked more like a tank, I refused, or rather, I was afraid. He did not ask me, but ordered me straight away. "Get in the car, I won't hurt you." The phrase sounded ambiguous with a hint, say, "and the money will be only after." I guess he preferred this format of relations. He forgot about romance or didn't know. There was no place for it in his life. Usually there were no misfires, so this time he hoped to make an effect. But the beauty did not fall for the usual tricks of the young man. "I'm not interested in your proposal. I do not get into the car with strange men and do not poke me. We did not drink on a broad rift." The stranger's eyebrows went up. The refusal clearly hurt the man, but he was not going to give up. He's not a boy to pout his lips and take offense. Did not agree this time, will agree in another. But the girl was firmly planted in his head. And Veronica, taking advantage of his confusion, quickly disappeared in the car girlfriend, who took her home. From that day on, the siege of the fortress began, as Veronica saw Jacob again at a fashion show. He went to the fashion house with persistent constancy. Endless thoughts about the girl turned the grown man into a horny teenager. And one day, when she came out after work, he stood with a large bouquet and introduced himself as Jacob. Veronica said then, embarrassed, "I know," said the man. "I know all about you. Can I take you to a restaurant for dinner?" I was really hungry, so I went with him. He brought me home very late and invited me to the restaurant again the next day. "No, Jacob, no offense. I'm a bit of a fan of these places. If you want to see me, let's just walk around." He agreed, and we walked around New York City all evening so I could finally admire her beauty. That's how we began to see him often, and in 6 months he invited me to his house. Of course, I understood why he called me there and how it could end, but I thought that he was my happiness. He found me, as my grandmother said. After living in his house for a month, I began to feel a terrible pressure from his side. "Veronica, you won't be working at the fashion house anymore. I don't want ugly men looking at my woman. Stay at home, take care of yourself. Swimming pool, fitness, beauty salon, wherever else you go. Add more." From idleness, he flashed such a look that inside everything turned cold. "I don't want to sit at home and be a burden on your neck. I like my job, and that's not the deal. You're not my husband, and I'm not your wife." He left for work, slamming the door so hard I was surprised it didn't come off its hinges. It took me 15 minutes to pack my things, and I left again to my apartment, which fortunately did not have time to refuse. In the evening, I had work to do, and Jacob sat frowning in his seat with the bouquet. I didn't look at him and went home through the back exit. He rang the doorbell of my rental apartment for a long time, which I never opened. Luckily, it was the end of the season at the fashion house and everyone was on vacation. I'd rented another apartment, giving up my old one, which was very comfortable and cozy, but otherwise Jacob wouldn't let me rest. I even changed my SIM card. I decided to get out of Jacob's life completely. I managed to do it for exactly 3 weeks. He had everyone on edge, and one day I saw him with a bouquet when I came out of the driveway. "I'm sorry," he rushed up to me. "I'm an idiot, a jealous idiot. You're so beautiful and everyone's staring at you. I'm going crazy." "Jacob, this is why we shouldn't be together anymore. I'm not quitting my job, and I'm not going to fight with you about it. Let's just be friends." "No, I don't want to be friends. I want you to move back into my house." "Do you hear yourself? I am. I demand, I'm going crazy. But where are my desires? They don't exist and can't exist if you're around, Mr. Jacob." I got away this time, but he wouldn't give up. There was no point in changing apartments. He'd find one anyway, so I decided to leave the house less. I saw his car parked in the driveway every morning. "Diane, what do I do? Jacob won't let me leave. Come to my house." He's parked in the driveway every day, and I can't get out. It's not like he stays out there all night. When he leaves, call a cab and come to my place. So I did, and for another week I was fine. But as soon as I got to work, he took his seat in the front row. "Oh, Veronica, there's your handsome boy again. He's your destiny after all. You can't abuse a man like that." "I'm sorry." "That's right, he loves you." After work, Jacob was waiting for me again, so I didn't run away from him. "Okay, Jacob, I'll go with you, but let's make a deal. I'm working. No dictating, no pressure." "I agree," he said, and I moved back in with him. After I moved in, I got pregnant quickly, even though I was on birth control. I didn't need a baby yet. I had nothing of my own. I lived in Jacob's house. I wasn't a wife, so I didn't have any rights, and then I had a baby. I went to my doctor, showed her the pills, and told her that they didn't help prevent pregnancy, but the opposite. They're the best on the market right now. They're the most reliable. Maybe you've been forgetting to take them. Then it really can happen. I was about to leave when she opened the box. "Veronica, what did you bring me?" "These aren't the pills I prescribed for you." "What do you mean, the wrong ones?" I was surprised. "They're the ones I bought at the pharmacy." "Yes, the box is the same and they look very similar, but you can't fool me. Who had access to those pills?" "Where did you keep them?" "In my bedroom, in my bedside table. I think they're pacifiers. Vitamins at best. Leave them with me. I'll get them to the lab." That's how I found out Jacob switched my pills with regular vitamins. I had to apologize to the doctor. I didn't know how to tell him, but I didn't want to look stupid, so one night I did. Jacob, I can't believe you had to be so treacherous to get me to commit to you. You were thinking of yourself again, and I trusted your manly word. Do you realize what a terrible thing you've done? I can't trust you now. Tomorrow you'll be sick of me and you'll poison me. Fortunately, he did not start to gawk with surprise and refuse, and immediately said that I am very stroppy and tame me can only a child. So ended an episode in my life called The Taming of the Shrew. I was saved by my height and thinness. I worked practically until I gave birth, under Jacob's evil stares. Tom was born, my sweet son, my joy and pride. Everything had changed in the house except one thing. I was still not Jacob's wife. It was all right with him. He loved his son and did everything for him. Now he was happy. I was at home with the baby, never going out. He brought everything. Groceries, things, diapers, everything. I only went out for a walk with Tom, and then around the house under the supervision of the guards. Then I realized what a golden cage was and how I wanted to escape from it. But the child held me back. When Tom turned 3, I started talking about work. Jacob, I want to get a job. Where you want to put the baby? We'll get a nanny. We won't be the first. We won't be the last. No, he said shortly. He didn't explain anything, but I insisted, and that's when we had our first big fight. You keep me in this cage. I can't even meet my friends. What kind of captivity is this? And that's when he hit me for the first time. He smashed my lip. My nose was bleeding. You wanted to see your friends? Go on. I'm not keeping you. So I went out all night. Probably to the casino or to the girls. I didn't care. All night I lay with ice on my face, but there was a huge hematoma on my cheek. I got a call from work. Veronica, are we expecting you? How are you? Are you coming back? How long can you wait? Well, considering your previous achievements, 6 months, others wouldn't wait a month. You know how many people are interested. But there aren't many girls with your height and figure. Okay, thank you very much. I'll try my best. It was well past midnight. I'm tired, John. I'll see you tomorrow. Do you have security here? They won't let anyone in here. Don't worry, there's security. I'll tell them not to let anyone in. I'm not expecting anyone, and neither are you. Okay, I'll feel better that way. She fell asleep next to her son, calmly and without dreams. When Veronica woke up, the house was empty. Oh my God, I'd overslept. It's a shame. A stranger taking care of my child. She went down to the kitchen. There at the stove stood a pleasant woman in a beautiful apron and cooked. The aromas were appetizing and even enticing. Her stomach rumbled immediately and the woman turned around. It seemed to Veronica that her body reacted very loudly to the mind-blowing odors. Good morning. You're so fragrant, it's impossible to remain indifferent. Your son gives me the same compliments. He does. He'll be a ladies' man. I think he'll be a fine man. Thank you. Sit down to breakfast. Lunch won't be for another 3 hours. John said he'd be here for dinner, which means 6 o'clock. After breakfast, she went to look around the house. The first floor was occupied by a large living room, kitchen, John's study, utility rooms, and 2 servants' quarters. And on the second floor was the master bedroom, 2 guest rooms, a shower, a bathtub, a toilet, a small exercise room, and a small room hastily furnished for Tom as a playroom. Veronica's heart squeezed with gratitude to the man. I'm lucky, Veronica thought. Even though I hit my head pretty hard, I met John. She went into his office. She quietly opened the door and poked her head in and looked around. There was a nice desk, a big chair next to it, a lot of books and flowers. The violets were all in bloom. It was gorgeous. So they like it here. She remembered her grandmother's words. A flower will never bloom if it is not happy with that person. On the coffee table, she saw pictures. John was looking at her from one. Brunette, no more than 35 years old. Small curls cut very short and barely visible. Dark chocolate eyes, sensual lips. He looked like he was looking into the soul. It was obvious that he didn't come to be photographed on purpose, and the lens caught him by chance. His shirt was carelessly unbuttoned a little more than was customary for men. She noted that he was an interesting man, but even that wasn't the main thing. He was kind and decent. The other pictures were of his parents and friends. She stayed a little longer in his abode and went to lie down, her strength not yet fully returned to her. She woke up to someone shaking her by the arm. When she opened her eyes, she saw Tom's son. "Who brought you here?" "Lana. She's nice." He laid down next to his mother. "I missed you so much." "Didn't you have a bad time with Uncle John?" "He's interesting, but I missed you." "My darling boy, I've been dying to see you too. But the doctors wouldn't let me go until the treatment was over." It was just the two of them at dinner. John didn't show up as promised. They didn't wait for him and fell asleep. John had a lot of problems at the company. His security service did not sit idle and checked all the streams where the information goes from whom and, most importantly, to whom. Tomorrow, John allowed all the employees to leave from lunch under the pretext of sanitizing the cafe on the floor below. He and his guys stayed the night to set up the security cameras. For the surveillance cameras, John supervised all the work. The security guys were great. Not jocks, bouncers, just smart. They took a few people at a time and came to John a week later with the results. It was all on a flash drive. John was furious. The person he trusted the most was working for the man who was ruining his reputation. All right, Mickey was feeding him information, and Tony, why is he off the hook, is our biggest customer. So this Christian guy fights with Tony, letting him know we're so cheap, working on two fronts. Who's Christian? Never heard of him. He's an ex-gangster, used to dealing in the 90s, thinks he can do it now. Find out more about him. All right, I'll have it on your desk in a couple days. Keep the cameras on a permanent basis. I'll only trust them after I've checked. I want Mickey in my office first thing tomorrow morning. Look the bastard in the eye. See what he's been missing. He arrived home in the morning, quietly showered and went straight to bed. But he woke up at 7 o'clock, as usual. Tom came into his room. "Come in," John told him. The boy climbed up on his bed. "Are we going to kindergarten today? Do you want to?" "I don't want to go a little bit. I want to be with my mom." "Then it's settled. You have today off, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. That's how long you can be with your mom." "Thank you, Uncle John." He took his face in his little hands and kissed him on the cheek. John felt it. It felt incredible. He had never felt like this before. Everything was turning over inside him. The contact with his palms let something warm and important into his heart. At some moment, he even wanted to press him to his chest, to feel this childish sincerity and to see his smile without two teeth. "I'm getting old." Hissing a child brings a tear to my eye. How imperceptibly old age crept up, the man thought with a smile. He remembered his serious conversation with Mickey, grumbled, and quickly left for work. Tom was so happy to be with his mom all day long. How good it was talking to you, boy, not leaving Veronica's side. "And I'm very well with you, my darling." After breakfast, they read, then played, walked, and after lunch, the child fell asleep like a dead man. And Veronica decided to call Diana. "Hi, friend," she said cheerfully. "When are you going to work?" Soon. "How's it going?" Same old, same old." "How are you and your handsome boy?" "What's new?" She was always asking the same questions. She believed that the main thing in a girl's life is to find the right man who will provide from head to toe and solve all problems. She was not very successful, but Diana did not lose hope, and after each failure again threw herself into the battle. She went to the most expensive restaurants, to prestigious exhibitions, where you can often see wealthy men young and not so young. Veronica was used to relying only on herself. She left her parents early and realized that there was no one to help her but herself. She studied, worked part-time, solved her problems as best she could, including material ones, and never relied on anyone, especially not on a man. She did not rush into a relationship, as in the maelstrom, and cautiously looked at those who tried to hit on her. More often, she ignored all the signs of attention, waiting for the one and only one that her grandmother said. "Veronica, are you all right?" She was wary of such a question. "Yeah," she stretched out. "Why do you ask?" "So yours came running with bulging eyes, wanted to see you, went to the bosses, had heartbreaking conversations with me, screaming his wife and child are missing SOS. And what did he want?" "I wanted to know where you were. Where are you really? Maybe I'll come to your place and we'll talk. It doesn't matter where I am. Don't you trust me? Diane, it's okay. No offense. Bye. I'll call you later. After that conversation, she felt uneasy and regretted calling her friend. What did she say? Jacob asked Diane, who had been standing next to her the whole conversation. Diane was about to dial her number when Veronica called her. She didn't say anything. She said it's the right thing to do. You must have hurt her badly if she ran away from you and took her son with her. Don't worry. Diana took up to calm the man. Diana, such handsome men do not leave her, she purred, buttoning up her shirt. Let's go somewhere distracting. Your Veronica's coming. She's not going anywhere. She came so close to him that she could smell his perfume. She leaned her cheek against his unshaven one and cried out, "You're as prickly as a hedgehog. Shall we go out tonight? Let's do it next time." And after dropping the $5,000, walked out of the fashion house. She liked Jacob when he first come to their show, but for some reason, he was attracted to Veronica. What did he see in her? Well, she had a nice figure, but that's about it. Those freckles that makeup artists put on every time they did a makeup job were a nightmare, but Jacob liked it. I don't understand these men, Diana reasoned. I'm probably doing terrible things to my friend, she thought, but it's not my fault, it's Jacob. He's provoking me, stroking my arm, and for nothing. I can't help myself and do something shameless. And what to do? I'm a living woman. I justify myself. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. John's workday got off to a rough start. First of all, he only got 2 hours of sleep. And secondly, Mickey was waiting for him outside his office. Looking at him, John thought he hadn't slept at all, which was almost true. He'd come to work straight from the casino. I guess he hadn't completely lost his conscience because it was embarrassing to look John in the eye. He took him to work for him, taught him a lot of things, and considered him his friend. But Mickey was on the money. He was not only a good programmer, but also a talented mathematician. He developed an algorithm on how to win at casinos. It did not work at once. About a year he developed, tested in theory, and several times in practice. And all this time his program did not fail. He bought himself a nice car, a small apartment, though not in the center, but his own. After the first winnings, he visited the casino 2-3 times a month to check the new changed algorithms, and again Mickey was a winner. He was noticed and the casino workers became simply afraid of him, but he didn't abuse his luck. Once noticed, the very angry looks, did not give the appearance, but did not go to the casino for 3 months. He began to live large, changed the apartment, a more prestigious in the center. He started vacationing abroad. This could not afford even the owner of the company, Comtech John, but Mickey could. When asked by a friend where such opportunities came from, Mickey replied briefly, "Luck." One day, leaving the casino, he was stopped by a man. He was dressed expensively. Mickey now immediately recognized branded clothing. "Listen, kid, tell me the secret to your success." To tell you the truth, Mickey was scared. "It's called luck. Don't take me for a fool. I know a little bit about computers too, and I used to be good at math. Tell me." "There's nothing to tell," said Mickey, getting in the car, but the man was persistent. "Look, I'm not for free. Whatever dough you want, I'll pay you. I don't need your money when I work for a great firm and casino luck is on my side." He thought he told his new acquaintance enough to get him off his back, but he was wrong. The new acquaintance wasn't backing down. One day, getting into the car after another good win, a lanyard was thrown around Mickey's neck from behind. He wheezed, kept the Veronica around his neck, making it a little easier to breathe. And only when his arms were hanging like whips was the grip loosened by patting him his cheeks. "Shall we talk?" an unfamiliar voice asked. Mickey could only nod. Taking a bottle of water and sipping almost half of it, he turned around. In front of him sat what appeared to him to be an unfamiliar man who had told him to keep the car lights off. "Ready, awake?" "Ready," he wheezed. It would have been a long time ago, and opening the door, Jacob shouted, "Go, he's ready." A familiar man sat down next to him and introduced himself, Jacob. Mickey said and grinned wryly, realizing that the man sitting across from him had known all about him for a long time. Jacob asked in a winning voice, "Look, I don't have anything to tell you. I have sketches, numbers, calculations, and they won't tell you anything, much less help you, and I can't explain anything. Do you play blackjack or poker? Jacob asked interestedly. I play everything. I'm interested in where and how accurately my algorithms work. You're not bluffing. Mickey didn't dignify him with an answer. He felt superior to the man who was listening with his mouth open. I can tell you what bets to place, but I won't be playing that day. But let's agree that I'm not going to stand behind you for the rest of my life. Okay, a month. No, that won't work. I'm not at the casino every day. Let's do it 3 times. No, that's not enough. 5 times. Okay, 5 times and don't come near me again, especially not with a lanyard. It's a deal. The evening at the casino began with Jacob undecided. He stood between the roulette table and the poker table. He chose roulette. The bets were placed and the game began. Jacob's game started right away. Tonight was clearly his night. Mickey stood behind him and whispered in his ear. The roulette partner smiled wickedly, the smartest ones leaving the table and the bravest losing their last money. Come on, Jacob. Let's go. We have to stop in time. The man nodded, collecting the chips he'd won, and stood up from the table. He left the casino and quickly got into his car. Mickey was glad that his new algorithms hadn't failed him. The very next day, Jacob called Mickey, but he had other things to do. Don't you think I have other things to do than go to the casino every day? I'll call you when I have time, and he hung up quickly. Jacob was not happy. He stopped sleeping and took it out on Veronica, raising his voice at her and blaming her for everything. It wasn't until the following week that Mickey was able to go to the casino. But this time his system had malfunctioned and Jacob had lost in a landslide. He shook Mickey like a punching bag. You can kill me, the man shouted, but I warned you there's no algorithm in the world that never fails. You're gonna pay me back, okay? I'm not going to reimburse you, it happens. It didn't work for me every time. Indeed, the next time everything went well again. The winnings were so huge that the administration asked to pay the reward in installments, as they had a maximum amount that could be withdrawn. Mickey's intuition urged her to stay away from Jacob, but the desire to get a lot of money drowned out her voice. It wasn't until 2 weeks later that they were able to go to the casino again. Jacob was tearing up. Mickey had a work emergency, so he had to stay late to get his assignments in on time. The 3rd and 4th camping trips were a failure, not at all. And Jacob had his fists in the air. Mickey had to take a week's vacation at his own expense, saying he had to go to his parents' house. Jacob was threatening him, and he'd already written him a letter telling him how much he owed him. But Mickey didn't have that kind of money. The last trip had been so modest that it hadn't even lifted Jacob's spirits, but instead lowered them to "I want to die." You got the money? No. I don't have that kind of money, and I won't for the next 5 years. Sell the car. Why on earth would you play? I warned you the system was flawed, so it's not my fault. Look, you're getting a little talkative. You might get in the car and not make it to the office. Get your money ready, asshole. To say Mickey was scared is an understatement. He tried to raise the money, but it was a pathetic attempt. I've got a proposition for you, Jacob said on the phone. I need some data on the orders your company got from Tony. You bring it to me, it'll clear the debt a little. We'll see about that. Your boss's firm is bothering me. There's too many of us on the market. Help me, I'll help you. And he decided to do it, figuring he'd do it with his shirt on. And so John's troubles began. And now Mickey was sitting outside his office and didn't know what to say for himself. It was embarrassing to talk about the shirt that was closer to his body. He suddenly remembered how much good John had done for him. As soon as Mickey walked into the office of the head of the firm, John realized that he would no longer work and trust this man. John wondered how he could be his friend. Those running eyes, the crunching of his knuckles, the pale face, and completely insincere look. He was all fake. Right now, he didn't like this man at all. There were many questions about him, and the main one was why had he been so ungrateful? After stopping at the door, Mickey went to the desk and looked at the manager and said, "John, let me write a letter of resignation." "You will, because I can't trust you as I did before. Don't look at me like a beaten dog. You won't see any compassion for me. Believe me, I had no choice. There's always a choice. You just have to do it right. You did it wrong. Tell me who you gave it to. John, I'd advise you not to mess with this Christian. He's a real asshole. You two deserve each other. Tell me. When Mickey stopped talking, John felt that his story was true, that he was sorry for what he had done, but he decided not to say anything to him yet. So here's the deal. What you did for Tony and then sold to Christian, you fix it yourself. John, I want you to back out of this job and give me the money up front. It'll be easier. What are you talking about? You're suggesting I give up. Where am I gonna get the money to pay you back like you're suggesting? I pay my employees' salaries and you too. You don't want to give it back. It's a lot of money. Mickey shook his head. Well, I don't think anybody would. You're going to call Tony and tell him you've come up with a much more interesting solution to his order. But I haven't. I see. Here's your assignment for the week. Work hard and surprise Tony. Then you write a statement and I'll never see you again. John's week was up, and he was still there. Nothing interesting came into Mickey's brilliant head. Friday night, John called him in. How'd it go? Mickey replied, shrinking back. I'll give you an update on Monday. I've still got to check the calculations. Is it really something interesting? I don't know. You'll see for yourself. John went to the store, bought Tom a new constructor, packed a cake, candy, ice cream, a bottle of good cognac, and rushed home. He felt good at the mere thought that he was welcome. After that evening, when Veronica said she was tired, they never spoke again. Maybe tonight, this Friday night, they could sit longer and he would finally learn the whole truth. Tom welcomed him like his own daddy, but unfortunately, he'd never gotten to experience parental happiness. Uncle John, hello. Hi, you're saying "are" so well. Good job. Veronica stood back and smiled, looking at the relationship between her son and a strange man. He was afraid of his own father. He had been raising him to be a man since he was 2 years old. Stop hugging and kissing him. He's not a girl, Jacob shouted. But he's just a baby hiding the baby behind his back, his mother replied. My orders are not negotiable, yelled the father. Don't scare the child. We're not in the barracks, replied Veronica. Why do you have such a long tongue? Why don't you respect your husband? Keep silent. No. She's attacking him with her fist. Veronica grabbed Tom and left out of her husband's sight. She was afraid of him. And with a strange man, her son felt calm and quite happy. How was work? You've been in trouble. You haven't been yourself all week. Yeah, but it's getting a little better now. Rat caught, cornered. You can't corner a rat. It can bite so hard to survive. It's easier to just let it go so it doesn't make things worse. It won't. John's phone rang and he excused himself to the study. She watched her son unwrapping a present and heard Christian's last name. Did Christian call again? John asked in surprise. What does he want this time? Don't say yes, let him go to the casino, or you'll have to take off work to visit your parents again. I know all about it. What else you got? How's the assignment? It's good. You've got a good head. Bye. Looking into Veronica's frightened eyes, John asked what's wrong. Who's Christian? Sorry, you were talking loud. Yeah, he's an ex-gangster that my employee leaked information to. He's got me in a lot of trouble. Tom, let's go pack. We're leaving. Grabbing the baby by the hand, she rushed upstairs to pack. Veronica, what's going on? And after 2 flights of stairs, he stood in front of the door to the children's room. Can you tell me what it was about the Christian name that scared you so much? It was the first time he'd ever seen tears fall in hailstones. It always seemed when they showed it in movies that it was a montage, that tears couldn't flow like that, one after another. But looking at this woman, John realized they could. If I don't leave your house, you're going to have problems not only at work, but in your personal life. He took her by the shoulders. You can answer in normal language. I don't need riddles. I have enough of them at work. She took a deep breath. Christian is my husband. He's the one I ran away from, the one who raped me when he and his friends got drunk. Mostly him, of course. One of his friends had a vase through my head. Another one held me down. And my husband was a bastard who abused me in front of them because I refused to let his friend to have a drink with them. That was the last straw. I didn't want to stay home anymore, and now he's looking for me. John was really dumbfounded that the thug was Veronica's husband and that he had allowed himself to be bullied like that. Do you understand now? You let me go now? But where are you going? You haven't even found an apartment. I'll stay in a hotel for a couple of days and I'll find what I need. No, Veronica, I won't let you go now. I'm not afraid of your Christian. You should be. He's a ruthless man without shame or conscience. How did you end up with him? I told you about the siege. That's how I got involved. How do you know he's looking for you? I called Diana. She told me. You shouldn't have called. He can track you on your cell phone. Let's change your SIM card. Come on, don't scare the baby. Let's go to dinner. We'll talk later. John, I don't want to drag you into a fight with that monster. I'm a big boy and I'll take care of it myself. So Veronica stayed. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when at last Tom got tired of playing and running around and went to sleep. John and Veronica were sitting in the dining room eating ice cream. Tell me, what does your husband do? John asked. He didn't like it when I asked him what he was doing. You don't have to get involved in my business, he told me. You know less, you sleep better. And I stayed out of it. But I did hear that his computer company was going through a rough patch. I know that he steals cars and jams the license plates. He once had men come to him with such faces that it's scary to remember. I've always tried to stay out of their sight, and Jacob's just as bad. Veronica, make your specialty coffee for the guests. And I was shaking, trying to put everything on the table and run away. They were always arguing, fighting, and they used a lot of bad language. My child. And I would go to the back room so my son wouldn't hear this outrage. I'm sorry I asked you to tell me, John said guiltily. The memories are difficult, and I can tell you're uncomfortable. She didn't answer him, but continued. The last time they came, they were strangers, young guys, quite handsome. I even thought, well, this time it would be without any language and the negotiations would be quiet. But no. One of them caught me by the arm and pulled me down onto his lap. Jacob jumped up and hit me. Why are you wiggling your ass in front of men? Get out of here. I didn't have to deal with him and I wanted to leave. Veronica, come have a drink with us, the guy said. Don't touch me. That's no way for a guest to behave in someone else's house, I yelled. He stood up, pulled me against him, and I fumbled for the vase and smacked him on the head. The other one grabbed me, my dress snapping as I jerked, and that's when Jacob decided to show his manhood. I looked at his angry eyes and I was scared, not because he might raise his hand to me again, but because for the first time in my life, I decided to cross what Jacob thought was a red line. I decided to go against his will, to rebel without fear of his fists. Mom had always idolized Dad, saying he was king and God to her. And she taught me to live the same way. Always shut your mouth at the right time. Mom taught me, then the family will get along. My mom wouldn't understand me right now. I can't accept Jacob like that, even though he's my son's father. She was silent, her tears preventing her from speaking, and there was nothing more to say. In the morning, while my husband slept, I packed my suitcase with my own and the children's things and left. I left the house that had long been my fortress and my golden cage at the same time, without regret. Jacob was no good ever, and the overbearing nature of his parents had left a mark on the boy's life. He always wanted to prove himself strong, self-sufficient, and all-powerful, so he asserted himself as best he could. Veronica tried not to bend under him, but she was afraid for her life and the life of the child. Are you going to divorce him? John asked. Of course. Then what are you waiting for? You write a statement and I'll take you to court. You have a minor Tom, so you'll have to go through this unpleasant procedure. Jack, the doctor who took you to the hospital, remember? He took all the beatings, wrote up a report that you needed surgery after your husband's games. So that's what we're taking to the police. Come on, John. He's gonna kill me. No, I'll just get a divorce. Then he'll really kill you and then he'll steal Tom. Why can't I have a husband like you? Kind, sensitive, child-loving, and Veronica looked at him with adoration. I'm far from white and fluffy and never have been. I can be rude, demanding, and even harmful. And if a person is a scoundrel like your husband or Mickey, I can always find the strength to tell them to their face. So don't idealize me. Everything I do for you and Tom is entirely of my own free will, and no one would make me do it against my will. I'm no noble knight. I'm as flawed as any man, but it's fair to say that I'd never allow myself to raise a hand against a woman or hurt a child. And you're a good mother, You have a maternal warmth that attracts Tom to you, and that's wonderful. You have a night to think. Either you change your life and we go to the court and the police, or you look for an apartment and shake from every knock, waiting for the husband of a bandit. The next day was Saturday. John was not in a hurry, so breakfast was delayed. The first question he asked his guest was, of course, about her decision. "What have you decided about your life?" "John, I was up all night. I've been thinking that if I wasn't so, how shall I put it? Don't tell me, I'll figure it out," he added with a smile. "Oh, you're making it easy for me. If I wasn't like this, I could have avoided so many problems. I've made so many mistakes, and every one of them is almost fatal." "Don't scare me. Fatal means there's nothing you can do about it. I think you've got it all ahead of you." "Your optimism is inspiring, but I'm scared to think what's ahead of me." "You're gonna have a happy life without a tyrant." "Do you have a good lawyer?" "No, I don't see any lawyers among my acquaintances." "Well, that's easily remedied. Jack's doctor has a brother who's a very good lawyer, so we'll go to him." "Oh my God, it was one mistake when I agreed to sign with him. I remember his every word, how he skillfully persuaded, insisted, but I held out for a year, pulled, said that a serious step, you need to think, but on the birthday of my son, he still talked me into it. He promised me a lot, as always, but I didn't need anything he tried to give me. I told him, remember, if you raise your hand against me, you're beating your son." He agreed, and really, for 6 months or more, I was the happiest woman. But then my wishes were no longer taken into account. He reminded me that he was in charge and his wishes were the law. How he wants it to be is how it should be, and everything else is dust. Jacob is king and God. It's become an unspoken law in our family. He's older, he's more experienced, so he'll decide everything. That's how my happiness ended. If I hadn't done that stupid thing, how easy things would be now. But we are not looking for easy ways. We need to get everything in the struggle, the sweeter the victory will be. Your gullibility is both bribing and infuriating at the same time. If you didn't know him, that's one thing, but he's already shown his hands in despotism and you still believe him. Yeah, I'm telling you I'm stupid. Remember in the difficult times, Veronica tried to realize what she had achieved by her 30th birthday. A despotic husband, a failed marriage, no job and no career, no home, no money, no nothing. So much for marital bliss. The only joy is a son, but that's a lot too, the woman reassured herself. "Veronica, I love only you," Jacob tried to say softly. God, what a lie that was. Considering the constant humiliation and yelling. Do the women you love get beaten? Do the women you love get humiliated? No, no, and no. She no longer entertained the hope that her husband would ever be a better man and appreciate her. That's it. Hope was dead. Her illusions of marital happiness were gone like smoke. Veronica wanted to give him her life, but was left at a broken trough. Her marriage is a complete fiasco. Now it can be said for sure. Veronica didn't usually use profanity and had judged Diana when she used a 3-story mat before she could close her mouth. But now she was so shattered by her outcome that she mentally allowed herself to lose control of herself. John wasted no time in calling Jack and asking about Liam. "Valadia, we need your Liam now." I've been waiting for that call, because after Veronica's visit to my place and the way she'd been patched up, it was unforgivable. "I'll tell Keir, he'll call you." But Jacob didn't waste any time. He called everyone he knew who knew Veronica in any way, but he couldn't get anywhere in his search. Only Diana had been to this house twice, and not just to this house. Now she was calling him, whispering into the phone that she missed him. She was looser and more experienced than Veronica, but she was sticky. Jacob didn't like that, so when he saw Diana calling, he didn't answer the phone. He didn't know who else to involve in the search for Veronica. It had been 2 weeks since she and her son had been away from home. The news came from nowhere. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Victor's Day, the head of the traffic safety department, began with another disappointing report. Another traffic accident and another fatality. On the table, there were reports on accidents and traffic violations committed by drivers and analysis of the reasons for their occurrence. I decided to start with the tapes, distracted by a phone call. "Morning, Victor." He recognized his old friend Christian. He didn't like to talk to him. but he had to turn to him and he helped him. So, adjusting his voice to a friendly tone, he answered Jacob, "I'll get right to the point, knowing how busy you are. Go ahead. My wife disappeared 2 weeks ago. Neighbors saw her leaving with a baby and a huge suitcase. Didn't leave town by any means of transportation, so maybe you can track her." "Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to track her where? All over the city?" He was pissed at everyone, even though he knew the guy was innocent. "Why all over town? You know my address. Look around the roads, see if you see anything interesting." "All right. When did you say you disappeared? 2 weeks ago?" "Yeah. You have a lot of traffic accidents there. 2 in the last 2 weeks." "Yeah, I've heard that. Well, can you help?" "I can't promise anything, but if there's anything interesting, I'll call you. I still have your number." "It's a pleasure. I'll be waiting." Veronica certainly didn't realize Jacob was getting too close. The 2 weeks Veronica and her son had been away from home, he'd been sick and twisted. He was angry at his wife, wanting to find her and punish her for everything she'd done, but on the other hand, he marveled at her courage. Mr. Christian had never thought he would long for his wife and son. The house was uncomfortable and cold without them. He feared that she had not just left him, but had gone to someone else. Could she have decided to do that? He was afraid to answer that question for himself. He was afraid that she would ask for a divorce, which of course he would not give her. Afraid to know the truth, where and with whom his Veronica was. But despite all the anger boiling in him, he had to admit to himself that he missed Veronica. He missed her as a woman. She hadn't broken, hadn't been afraid, and for that she was worth respecting, Jacob thought, angry at himself for thinking that. What was she missing? How dare she leave him with a child? He had no answers to those questions. Jacob had lived with this woman for almost 7 years, and no matter what troubles happened between them, he had grown accustomed to her and loved her. He'd been unfaithful on occasion, and what man doesn't? But male adultery is quite different from female adultery. God made men that way, there's nothing you can do about it. His face was twisted with anger, and he didn't know what he would do to her if she were home right now. Yes, he wasn't the perfect husband, he'd hurt her, it was true, but why leave? And then in the collapse of relationships and families are always guilty of both. I saw his family and parental relationships in front of me. His father had always beaten his mother in front of little Jacob. He remembered how she used to wail when her husband chased her around the room. "Don't. Calm down." It was awful. He felt sorry for his mother and he stood up for her. But she wouldn't go anywhere and she wouldn't take him away from his father. And when his father died, his mother didn't cry, just stood there looking blank. The neighbors would tell her to cry. The mother looked at them and answered, "I cried all my tears when he beat me. There was nothing left." The women nodded understandingly and hugged her by the shoulders. Mother did not live long, but even the little that the Lord gave her, she walked with a smile and did not look back with fear. Those must have been the best years of her life. And his wife, what was she missing? A house full of trees, a beautiful son. You can't understand these women, Jacob thought, lying on the couch. He'd been neglecting his business a little, missing calls from his partners, Veronica on his mind. On Monday night, he got a persistent call from someone who didn't want to pick up the phone, but who wanted to talk to him. "Yeah," he barked. "Jacob? Well, who am I? To whom do I have the honor?" "I'm your wife's attorney, Veronica, representing her in divorce proceedings. My name is Liam. I prepared the divorce and property division papers. You'll need to review them, consult with your attorney, and give me an answer. The terms are more than good. Your spouse isn't out to rob you." Jacob jumped up from the couch. This was a well-known and very expensive lawyer. "Where did my wife get the money to pay for your services? Is that all you're interested in? Don't you have any other questions?" the lawyer asked in surprise. "Where is my wife? I must talk to her first. I'm not authorized to give you her whereabouts. If she finds it necessary, she'll call you herself. Have a nice day." So she filed for divorce? She's offended, Jacob thought. He dialed her number, but nothing. She changed her SASIM card. He threw the phone down angrily. Liam arrived Sunday night. John went out with Tom, and Veronica had a long talk with the lawyer. He was a man about 50 years old, gray-haired, with a very soft, ingratiating voice, which disposes to a frank conversation. In a couple of hours, she laid out to him all the reasons why she no longer wanted to see her husband. I hate him. I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to live in the same house. I despise him as a man and I want nothing to do with him. Let him sign all the papers and give me a divorce. I'd like to part with him in a good way. Maybe you should think about it. You have a child, a boy. He needs a father. And if his father disgusts me, shouldn't the child see happy parents? He'll only learn to beat women and hate his father. I won't stop them seeing each other, but I won't live with him. You're a determined woman, and you're tough on your husband. Every word you say is a sharp knife. If he heard you, he'd be hurt and offended, said Liam. Nothing. For his cheating and his abusive behavior, he deserves it. I lived with that monster for 7 years. He's broken all my wings. I'm an unhappy woman, Veronica confessed to the lawyer and cried. Only my son was a ray of light in that dark kingdom. Only by looking at him could I live in his father's house. But recent events have put an end to our family relationship. The limit of my patience is over. I want a divorce, and let him live as he wants and with whom he wants. He's always had a lot of women. He's never had enough of me. Liam looked at Veronica in her sad eyes and added, everything will be as you want it to be. Don't worry about it. Tuesday morning, he got a call from Victor Jacob. Come over. I have an interesting movie for you. I drove and with a whistle of tires, his tank took off. Jacob was in such a hurry that he was literally flying to meet Liam. He ran into the office, forgetting to say hello, and asked, did you find her? You'll see for yourself. But the big suitcase and the little boy are present. That's her, said the man with the abnormally shiny eyes. You sit down and calm down. Otherwise, I won't show you anything. Take a sip of water. Jacob took a deep breath, drank some water, and really calmed down. Is that it? Are you okay? Yeah, sorry. Look, and he turned the display to him. Looking carefully at what was happening on the screen, he recognized Veronica at once, but when she fell, he even flinched. What's wrong with her? He asked Liam. I don't know. Keep looking. The traffic resumed, and a young man got out of one car, lifted Veronica in his arms and carried her into the cabin, then took the suitcase, put it in the trunk, and put Tom in the back seat. He slammed the door shut and drove away. Jacob sat there, unable to say a word. Where was he taking her? Hospital, I think. There are 2 clinics along that road. You'll have no trouble finding out if she's there or not. Here's the license plate number of the rescuer. That's John. They own a company called Comtech, and this is his address. Look for your fugitive if she wants to come back to you. She's my wife, and she should live where her husband lives. I agree, only she doesn't think so because she hasn't come back yet. Maybe she's in the hospital, unconscious, but she's got her papers on her. I think so, and the baby would have been returned to you. The police would have found you, I'm sure of it. Jacob was sad, but he didn't forget to say thank you. I'd owe you one. You want me to pay you back with money? No, I don't need money. If there's a problem, I'll come to you. It's a deal. He found the clinic where Veronica spent a week. They called the doctor Jack. Hello, Jacob said, smiling sweetly. He obviously wanted the doctor to like him. Jack knew immediately who was in front of him. What can I do for you? You had Veronica here a while back. I know who you're talking about. Who are you? And what are you interested in? Jacob cheered up. The doctor was clearly in a good mood to talk to him. I'm Christiane's husband. I'm interested in what happened to her and where she is now. I don't know where she is now because I'm a doctor, not a policeman. You'll tell me what happened to her now. Go ahead. I have nothing to tell you except that she ran away from me 2 weeks ago with the baby. That's it. Well, yes. What else did you want me to tell you? How many people raped her? Jacob looked startled at the doctor. What are you talking about? She had multiple lacerations. She was patched up, pieced together. All the beatings were removed, every bruise was recorded, and a doctor's report was written on the woman's condition after the surgery. I advised her to go to the police with these documents. I think they'll be interested in you. Any other questions for me? No. And the doctor left without saying goodbye. Mr. Christian didn't expect such a turn of events. When he left the clinic, he called his friend at the police station. Valera, it's me. Did they say you filed a report against me? Yes, yesterday. Why would you call me? You understand, I had it in my hands for 2 hours and they took it to the prosecutor's office. It's a very serious and competent document. The doctor's report is written to the letter. There's nothing to fault. Every bruise you gave her has been photographed. It's over, Jacob. What does that mean? It means you're looking at a very serious charge of spousal rape from 8 and up. Do you have anyone in the DA's office? No, but even if I did, I wouldn't be asking for that kind of a charge. I suggest you make a deal with your wife. Kneel on your feet, apologize, and if she takes the complaint, you're lucky. He hung up without saying goodbye. Clearly, Veronica's got John's help. He can't forgive me for trying to ruin him. Okay, I'm not proud, soothed himself. A man can and lie on his feet, but the divorce will not give. With these thoughts, he went to John's address. Having called, he waited for the guard to open the gate, but the gate didn't open, only a small intercom window. Who do you want? I'm looking for Veronica and my son Tom. We don't have those. This is John's house and he hasn't had visitors in years. My nerves were on edge. Open up, you thug, Jacob shouted, pounding his fist on the massive gate. But the guard didn't even bat an eye, just slammed the window shut. Veronica and Tom were gone. John had moved them into his one-room city apartment, which had been empty since he moved out of town. That's what the lawyer said. It's wrong for you to hide it in your house. You could get in trouble. Move it to your apartment, and if they ask, say they're renting it. I'd even draw up a contract and put a price on it. You don't have to take the money, but it's the right thing to do. John did what Liam said. Jacob didn't want to leave John's house, where he thought his wife and baby were hidden. He waited until evening, but there was only one owner at the house. No one had come out of the house. Could they really not be here? Then where? Where should I go to look for them? I absolutely have to talk to Veronica. I'm sure I can convince her to take the application, Jacob thought as he drove up to the house. He'd been out of the office all day again, ignoring calls from work again. All his thoughts on his wife and child. All week he'd been driving to John's house, but all to no avail. If I don't find him by Monday, I'll hire a private investigator. He had more experience and more time. Jacob partly understood his wife. He heard her. He'd raised his hand to her on more than one occasion. Veronica decided to get revenge, punish him for all his tears. She was trying to numb the pain that was tearing her up inside. He could certainly ask for forgiveness, even give himself and her his word, but he wasn't sure if he could change his behavior. This is the way he's used to living. This is how his father lived. This is how the neighbors lived. He did not say it was right, but seeing it from childhood, he could not change himself. After the birth, his wife blossomed. She became seductive. All the men who came to visit him looked at her, but she got her way. He was driving along the central street of the city and thought about how to fix the situation. Standing under a traffic light, he looked around and saw his Veronica, his son in the company of John. How to get out of the car, he didn't know. There was a huge tail behind him and everyone was honking. He rounded the corner and jumped out of the car. He tried not to lose sight of them. When he saw the two of them, he felt a lump in his throat. The fuses blew all at once, and it was impossible to contain himself. They looked like family. Not a single thought in his head, only rage, anger, and spite, which were bad counselors. He couldn't feel his own body. It was as if it had atrophied. Pulling himself together, he ran across the road and followed them into the mall. He didn't find them right away. They were sitting in a cafe drinking coffee. Tom was having a brownie. "Hello, son." Daddy shouted the child and ran to him and his arms spread apart. Veronica immediately stood up. She was afraid he would carry him away. But Jacob wasn't going to make her angry. On the contrary, he wanted to show with all his behavior that he wouldn't do anything bad. "Hello, Veronica. I've been looking for you. I missed you so much. We need to talk. I'm not going anywhere with you." "All right, let's sit here at the table and talk." John didn't interfere as long as Jacob was behaving appropriately. He knew they had to talk anyway. "Veronica, you two talk here, and Tom and I will go to the game room." "Okay, just not for long." During those 2 weeks, her husband had become a complete stranger to her. She didn't even want to look at him. "How are you feeling?" Jacob asked with concern. "You make it sound like you're mocking me." "Veronica, I'm sorry. I was out of line, but to be honest, I don't remember much from that night. That doesn't excuse you, and I'm not going to forgive you. I almost died after your games. I can't see you." Jacob could barely contain himself. He'd never let anyone talk to him like that. Men were afraid of him. Girls looked up to him with adoration, and his wife couldn't find the words. "I filed for divorce. This time it's serious, and I'm not backing down. How are you going to live? Is this the one you're hoping for?" And he nodded at John. "I've never relied on anyone, just myself. If you remember, I was working and making a good living. I'll go back to the fashion house and Tom will go to daycare like all the other kids. We'll manage." "You shouldn't do that, Veronica. I love you." "That's a strange kind of love you got there, Jacob. You beat me, you raped me. You don't let me out of the house. You don't let me talk to my girlfriends. You don't let me work. You don't confuse the two. Is that what you call love? Love is different. No one said it would be easy to live with me. It's easy to love when things are good. You try to keep your feelings alive when things are a mess. Forgiveness is hard, but if you want to keep your family together." She didn't let him finish. "I don't want to, not at all. When I think of your fists, my whole body hurts. I've heard a lot that the key to family happiness is to accept a man as he is, not trying to subjugate him to suit your whims. That's hard, but you've never been able to do it, and more importantly, you've never wanted to. So let's end this conversation. You're gonna work this out with my lawyer." "Do you want money for a lawyer?" "No, I can handle it on my own." That John promised to help. "John saved me from dying. No one stopped for a car. He came out and helped me. So you should be thanking him, not bankrupting his firm." "What did you complain about?" "No, I was just comparing the facts." "Well, if you've made up your mind and I can't seem to talk you into it, then I have a condition. I'll give you a divorce and agree to everything your lawyer tells me if you drop the police report. And if I don't, then this divorce case will drag on for years." "It won't drag on for years. You'll go to jail, and I'll divorce you without your consent. Understand?" She was about to get up to leave when he tugged her arm roughly, pulling her back into the chair. "You will do as I tell you. I can't believe you're gonna let a kid have a black spot on his record. I mean, any decent organization is gonna have to show the father and mother. You don't care how your son is viewed. I don't think he'll thank you for it." Veronica thought for a moment. "I'll go to the child and think about your proposal in peace. How do I get in touch with you?" "Your lawyer will contact you. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Veronica. I'm not so easy to get rid of." "Oh, I don't need to be reminded of that." And she ran to the second floor to find Tom and John. "Where's Daddy?" the child asked when he saw only Mommy. "He went to work." "When are we going home?" Veronica looked at John for support, but he preferred not to interfere in family matters. "You'll have to decide that for yourselves," John replied to her pleading look. "Do you miss Daddy?" "Yes." Veronica didn't know what the right thing to do was, so she called Liam. "I wanted to consult with you." "Don't do it over the phone. I'll come over." "Okay." After her meeting with Jacob, Veronica began to have thoughts. She kept coming back to the life she led with her almost ex-husband, and the more she thought about it, the more panic overwhelmed her. What would her son say to her when he grew up? "Why did you deprive me of my father?" What will she say to him? Tell him how he beat her or worse, raped her? She would start pacing the apartment, rubbing her temples with trembling hands. The child misses her father. Does she have the right to put him away for a long time, a very long time, and Tom? Will he ask her again when they go home to Daddy? Everything had been so easy before this meeting, and after talking to Jacob, there were more questions. Her insides twisted at the thought of Jacob's satisfied face and the smug look he'd thrown at his rebellious wife. But she could handle it because she wasn't alone. The main thing was that she'd had the strength to leave, or she'd have lost herself. Anything can happen in life. You can lose everything in a moment, but losing yourself is the worst. Anyone who knows me will tell you that I'm stuffed up. I don't see my happiness, a spoiled girl to her rich husband, but how scary it is to have everything and not feel happy. She was ready to give the appearance of this happiness for a small apartment, the opportunity to work and be near her son, or maybe to hell with those thoughts. She tried to push them away, tired of them. Glancing at her watch, Veronica waited for the lawyer. The doorbell rang only 2 hours later. "Sorry, Veronica, I'm late. Traffic was terrible. Well, thank you for coming. I've been waiting for you. Now I can't take a step without your advice. Calm down and tell me. He realized from her frightened eyes that Jacob had found her and was probably intimidating her. How did he find you? How did you know? I guess from your condition. I don't know. We were with Tom and John at the mall and he came up. He was trying to be very nice and peaceful, but I saw something in his eyes that others didn't. He was staring at me from the corner of his eye, like a beast. Anger, hatred, rage, those feelings that sizzle him. He said to take the statement from the police and then he'd agree to all our terms, and if I didn't, he'd make the divorce last for years. He's bluffing. If you don't take the statement, he'll get time served and you'll divorce him quietly. That's what I told him, but he frightened me that it would be a black mark on Tom's record. His father's an ex-con, and he might not get a good job. And then Tom threw himself into his arms, and now he's asking me when we're going home to Dad. So I'm confused. What do I do, Lion? Whatever we decide to do is what we do. Don't take anything. You burn your bridges. You don't want to go back. You of all people know this man. If you show him you have any doubts or worse, fear, he'll never let you live. That's not what I'm worried about. In court, there may be a question of how you're going to provide for the child. You don't have a job. You don't have a place to live. Those are all arguments against you. So only the father can bring him up. He's got great facilities, money. It turns out he's an eligible groom, mansion, business, good looks. It's all in his favor. The court can give him a reprieve. What am I supposed to do? Get a job right away. Put Tom in daycare. The apartment will be rented for now, but it's available. Otherwise, there will be problems. If the kindergarten is a problem, I'll help you. Okay, I'll call work tomorrow. I think it won't be a problem. He was tired today. He had one more difficult case to finish, but it was a lot of sweat. That's why Liam felt like he'd been drained. You're tired, Liam. Why don't I buy you some borscht? Tom praised me today. Did he? Well, then I'm in. The lawyer left an hour later, leaving Veronica to ponder. In the morning, she called the fashion house, but unfortunately, they were short-staffed and turned her down. It was a blow. She couldn't believe that there was no room for her where she had worked for several years. It was morning on the clock, and she no longer had any energy. It was as if she was being forced to unload rail cars. The fact that she wasn't being hired ruined her already bad mood. She called the model home again. It's me again. I'm sorry to interrupt you from work. Maybe you know who meets clothes demonstrators. Veronica, I really don't. You're a good worker. I'm sorry to turn you down, but I can't just fire someone for your past performance. You took a long time to get ready. I'm sorry, and she hung up. Veronica cried, and covering her eyes with her palms, collapsed on the couch. She felt cornered. Nothing was working out for her. It was painful, hurtful, and she thought, unfair. And what are you so snotty about? The inner voice said. Is this a time to feel sorry for yourself? You're a fashion designer. Pull yourself together. Get your laptop and look. She jumped up. Tom was standing beside her and he was sniffling too. Mommy, why are you crying so loud? Are you scared? I'm sorry, sweetie. I just remembered something sad. She wiped her tears, titting her hair as if someone could see her and open her laptop. Despite her hysterics, despite her resentment that she couldn't do anything, after sitting at the laptop for 2 hours, she found a job opening at a sewing factory and called immediately. Yes, we need a fashion designer. Do you have any experience? Veronica had nothing to say. I graduated from college as a fashion designer. I have my own work experience. How many years ago? Maybe I'd better come. I see. No experience. You graduated from college about 10 years ago. She didn't specify how long, because the woman was right. She's got nothing. No career, no family. Young lady, are you still here? The woman on the other end of the line asked. Yes. Come by tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Bring your work. See you tomorrow. She didn't hope for anything. Even on a penny like that, the administration wanted someone with experience. In the morning, having collected Tom, at 9 o'clock sharp, they stood at the gatehouse. A pass was issued in Veronica's name and she entered the factory. The woman with whom she had spoken yesterday turned out to be a petite brunette, very pleasant looking. Who's that mommy's ponytail? She said to the child. I'm not a ponytail, I'm Tom. Will you go to work with him too? The woman asked sternly. No, no, no. The kindergarten is quarantined for the time being, but soon it will be open for children. Well, let's see your work, and you want to talk to the head of the experimental shop. It's our main department. It is there that new models of future clothes are developed. There we have modelers, designers, technologists who make samples of models. Finished her story, Megan. That was the name of this sociable woman. She opened a large folder with models and looked at Veronica. The patterns are old. We made them 5 years ago. Do you have any newer ideas? I have ideas. I just haven't had time to realize them, Veronica said in a high-pitched voice. Megan took her to the shop manager. Edward, here Veronica is the new girl. I told you about her yesterday. Will you talk to her? Yes, I would like to. In front of her stood a young man, blonde, with blue eyes and a dimple on his chin. He was a little taller than Veronica. Come in, he invited her, letting her into the office. They talked for about half an hour and the boss agreed to take her on a 1-month probationary period. Our team is young, not afraid to put forward bold ideas, so we keep up with the times. I will be glad if you will settle in and will be useful to our factory. I'll do my best. Tomorrow to the personnel department and get to work. Veronica had been working at the factory for a month. She didn't like the work. It wasn't her job to design models, but she was good at it. Tom went to a private kindergarten a stone's throw from home. She rarely saw John, mostly on phone calls. Several times she'd been called in to speak to an investigator and Liam had accompanied his client. He was so experienced, never let his client know offense. The investigators sometimes got lost talking to her. A month later, Veronica got a call from Nino. Veronica, have you found a job? Yes, I work as a fashion designer. And why these questions? Will you come back to us? Diana got fired. She showed up drunk at a fashion show a week ago. We didn't see her. She fell down on the runway. It was a scandal. And yours was in the front row watching. Are they with Diana? You didn't know? No, but I don't care. We're getting divorced. So you're coming. I'm afraid to quit. What if you forgive her and I have to leave? And no one will hire me here. No, don't worry. The director won't take her back. She's not a bad girl, but she's got no brakes. We're expecting you tomorrow. The feeling was twofold. On the one hand, she was glad that she was going to do what she liked, but on the other hand, she was uncomfortable in front of Edward because she had just started working and Jacob would be after her again. But Veronica wanted to go back to her old job. She felt she belonged here and her earnings allowed her to live without counting pennies. Well, we have no right to keep you. I can only wish you all the best, said the foreman, and they said goodbye. In the morning, Veronica was in a great mood. Now everything will get better, thought the woman. They were in a hurry with their son to work, he to kindergarten and she to the fashion house. Sitting in the bus and watching what was happening outside the window, she smiled. She was distracted from her pleasant thoughts by a phone call. It was John. Good morning. Hi. I'm on my way to work at the fashion house. Can you believe it? Diane got fired for misconduct. She heard John laughing. Why are you laughing? That's what you get fired for. She came to work drunk, Veronica said in a whisper. Did you think carefully before you agreed? You mean Jacob? That's right. I thought about it. What am I supposed to do now? Hide? Go to a job I don't like? Is that what you're suggesting? I'm suggesting that you think carefully before you do anything. You're responsible for the baby, and he hung up. John shouted Veronica, apparently so loudly that the passengers looked back at her. She got there quickly. With a sinking heart, Veronica opened the familiar door and walked into the lobby, where she was enveloped by such a familiar smell. The guards greeted her and smiled, so they hadn't forgotten. The girls hugged her and tried to touch her. Veronica looks away embarrassed, clutching her bag. She's in her element. As she approached the principal's office, she bumped into Diana. She was in tears and looked at Veronica like an enemy of the people. You waited? If I hadn't snapped, you wouldn't be here. Quiet, quiet, but you're a mean one. Jacob raised you right. You put a man like that in jail. She sniffled and walked away. What did she just say? The kind of man Jacob put away, the kind of man he took into custody. And she dialed a lawyer. Liam, what about Jacob? What about him? He's in lockup where he belongs. If you're going to withdraw your statement, you can find another lawyer right away. I don't work with kamikazes. No, I just found that out by accident. That's why I called you to check. I'm working at the fashion house again as of today. I was afraid Jacob would come after me. Don't worry, you can work in peace. Even though he knew someone in the prosecutor's office, they couldn't help him. But your Jacob tried very hard. He's not mine, and he'll never be mine again. I like your attitude. After talking to the lawyer, I was in a life is good and living is good mood. There was peace inside. Now she could live her life without looking back. Great. Her life began to change the minute she was free of Jacob. This was the relief she had dreamed of all 6 years. Jacob was no longer her problem. Finally, she walked into the principal's office. Nothing had changed here, except that Elizabeth had gotten a little chin over the years, but she was still dressed smartly and tastefully. Veronica walked forward a little, eyeing Elizabeth. Her pink lips stretched into a smile, clearly pleased to see Veronica here again. Are you happy? She started the first conversation. You're in great shape, as always, she said, looking her over from head to toe. Yes, I'm happy to be back at home. Shall we sign the contract? Are you ready? I'm ready. She went to a few more interviews, had to see Jacob. But with a lawyer by her side, she felt very confident. At the trial, Mr. Christian behaved abominably. He kept trying to accuse Veronica of cheating on him. She's even living in his apartment now, even though she's still my wife. Your honored counselor, she rents this apartment. Here's the lease, here are the receipts. But this is John's apartment. But she has the right to rent any apartment, especially since this one is cheaper. She lived in his house while I was looking for her all over the city, shouted at the Hall-X. She wasn't just living, she was between life and death, beaten and raped. As soon as she got better, Veronica left and has been living on her own for a long time. After being beaten for all of 6+ years, it's a wonder she didn't become disabled, finished the lawyer. Jacob and Christian had 2 attorneys and they earned their bread honestly. The trial was postponed 3 times at the request of the accused, and they even managed to reduce the sentence by 3 years. The sentence was read for about an hour and Mr. Christian received 9 years in a strict regime colony. She breathed the air of freedom, and her heart missed John. But that's another story.